Welcome to day 2 of the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles. And I've got to tell you, we've been treated to a good start to the second day with a lot of blue sky above, a little bit of cloud, some breeze, but the promise of a really warm day here. Now, yesterday, some of the players struggled a wee bit with the conditions, and most of them have played at least, or all of them, in fact, have played at least one game. Some of them have played 2. So by the end of today's play, we'll see rather a certain amount of movement in that points table. We'll get a good idea of who's likely to qualify and who might have slipped off the radar. Well, like yesterday, today we're going to show you 3 live games, and the first of those, due to start in just a moment, features 2 world champions. One of those is the woman who won this event last year. Enjoy.
Thanks, John. Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of Day 2 of the World Champion of Champions Singles. And as John said, we've got a great game coming up for you. First up, we've got the United States of America playing Malaysia. They're just finishing their second trial end now. Farah there, the Malaysian with her bowl, has had some success, and in the background we see Anne Nunes, who was the winner of this event last year when it was played in Australia. Kitted out quite nicely in the American gear, and was the first American to win a world title in about 50 years. I think the last time was the 70s. So Anne was saying it's been an unusual experience coming to this World Champion of Champions events, and people being weary of the American. Welcome back, John.
Thank you, Alex. It wasn't a big sprint to get here. Yes, Anne has got that pressure now on her, hasn't she? And you sense that it's there, but fancy the two of them, these 2 outstanding players, meeting on our first telecast of the day, with Farah Ain really outstanding with that world indoor title, and Nunes wearing those quite a popular part of the garb now, isn't it? The sleeves to keep the sun off, and she's well aware of what the sun can do here.
Called spams.
Yeah, really good.
Certainly the sun down in New Zealand must be a little bit more biting than what a lot of these players are used to, John.
Absolutely, but they're all aware of it, and as usual from Malaysia, always well covered up. And I don't just mean the headgear, I mean they always have long sleeves on. They always, men and women, they're just aware of the sun damage potential. I noticed in the first trial ends that both players put their first couple of bowls in or near the ditch, just coming to grips with the speed. We're playing a different direction, of course, from yesterday.
Yeah, so the greenkeepers have stated that it'll go crisscrossing, so we'll go in this direction one day and in the other direction the next, and that's just for even wear on this Maniatoto green. And if I've counted correctly, John, I believe that we're now on the first end, because this should be the second trial end. So we'll know because the bowler's either going to get taken away or not.
Yep. No, they've had their 2 trial ends. I was standing out there watching that. That was impressive, actually, to watch the intensity. As we talked yesterday about the fact that it's only 7 ends. So your trial ends, really, you've got to treat them as your first 2 ends, because that's so important.
Farah here on her backhand. What a lovely first bowl that is. Yeah, very nice start.
Just trying to get rid of a phone here that keeps ringing us. There we go.
Problem solved.
Yep, pull the plug.
It's like the start of a bad joke. How many people does it take to remove a phone from an office? The answer being apparently 3 of us. Farah on her backhand. They're such a disciplined bowling country, reasonably a newish bowling country in the terms of what we look at with bowls. John, Malaysia, I believe it was a Commonwealth Games in the 90s that they started.
So 90, in late 90s, so 19, I should remember, I was there, 1998, I think. And, you know, that was a matter of, bowls is a bit like India. There were no facilities, so they created facilities, but the Malaysians really got involved in it, and the Malaysian bowler community became instantly very strong. And if we look through the records since then, the number of world titles have won, number of medals at World Championships or Commonwealth Games, quite remarkable.
We had, if my memory serves me correctly, and I'm sure it's in the program book, I was talking about it yesterday, John, but I think a World Champion of Champions that was hosted in Burnside was won by the Malaysian representative when she defeated Sharon Sims in the final.
Yeah, 2005. So when you consider that, that's only 7 years after that Commonwealth Games. So that, you know, that's
7th year bowler.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, pretty much. So Ariani, she won it, and then there was at least one male from Malaysia has won it. So, and then a second woman, Emma Saroji, won it at Helensvale in 2015. That's not off the top of my head. I've searched for the records.
I would have believed you.
And there's no doubt that what we're seeing here through Farah is another of those who is very capable of capturing this too. So in the context of the competition, it's very important. We've got the 2 of the key players in the Women's Championship, and even though it's only day 2, and for these players just their second game, I think certainly for Anne Nunes it's just her second game, it's still a big game, still a big match. So here's Nunes coming down following that bowl, which shows that they've all got that green pretty well.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the start here from these players. I'd expect, as you said at the top of the show, John, we're going to see the standard just continue to improve here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club as the international players adjust to the quicker greens here than what they used to. They're all champions for a reason, and they'll figure it out. Who do you think's holding here? The blue bowl?
Not sure. Nunes went down to have a look and just check, see what she plays here. She's got the ability, a potential here to promote her own bowl a little bit anyway.
Oh, that's a little bit unlucky there, but I think no damage done.
One down she is. So a single there, starting this game between 2 classy players. Farah of Malaysia picks up the first shot.
Again, we see, we'll have to talk to some of these international players. It's fascinated me, just from a Kiwi point of view, that the bowling mats that they stand on have been left at each end for every broadcast game we've had, not featuring a New Zealander, John. It'll be intriguing. I think tomorrow we start with Australia versus New Zealand, and I wonder if perhaps it's a Southern Hemisphere habit to carry the mat backwards and forwards with you.
I think it must be, because that's you're right. That's an observation we've made here, and you know, to us it makes sense that you're standing behind the player who's playing the last bowl. You pick up the mat, walk it down, and place it. So rather than walking back to the bank and then onto the bank at the other end, you're saving yourself 10 paces every end.
It's the Kiwi. It's the Kiwi laziness, right? Laziness is the mother of all invention.
Yeah.
We go, oh, we'll just.
Also, it
we'll
means
just carry.
you don't have to cart too many mats around when you're setting up the rinks. Right, 1-0 it is. All right, the World Indoor Gold Medal at Guernsey in April of this year.
And Anne opting to lead off on the forehand side, so the opposite hand here. Be interesting to see. You see in the background, just past our cameraman to the left, there's a gate, and the wind does sort of tends to funnel up to the left as we see it. It'll be intriguing to see if that makes any difference at all to the bowls, John.
Certainly Max isn't big enough to prevent that wind having an effect, is he?
If anything, he'll just increase the the slipstream. It's too early in the event to be going loopy, John.
So while there is just standing out there before, you know, I held a cloth out to see what effect the wind was having down sort of knee level and that, and it wasn't much. It is a bit breezy as you're standing in it, but I'm not sure that it's having too much of an effect at ground level. Nothing that's these players are going to worry about.
I wouldn't expect it to. There's beautiful conditions for playing bowls this morning, and steering after this one. Yeah, well played.
So you get the feeling that after the trial ends, and Nunes decided that that side favoured her. She played backhand one way, forehand the other. She's going to get a slide off this, and it'll work for her.
Oh, how well has that gone?
Yeah.
Good bowl.
Needed it. The American with 2 seconds.
Just drifting past. It was played with the weight. You almost think there's an intention, you see here from the player's end.
Yeah.
Covering the back.
Smooth, and then that anxious, oops, I'm heavy here. She might get the same result. No. She stayed on the rink, I think so.
So this is what Anne sees. I think just the forehand, John. Just to the right of your screen.
I think so. She can play onto that shot quite comfortably. Interesting. Looking at a bowl there where she holds it, it's not sort of... The running track isn't coming directly off her hand. Here she goes. She might just have this and grab a couple. Oh, Jack goes her way or not.
I think she's been a bit unlucky there. Yeah. Snicked it back for one blue.
So she had planned it. She put the deep bowl in and her opponent followed her. And then she ran it and didn't quite get it square. Otherwise she would have been pushing it back to the ditch, and she may well have had the shot.
Look at this.
Just, came off her own.
Her
bowl was perfectly placed, wasn't it, for the jack?
Literally
but not quite.
Collided with the bowl of her own. As Margaret Eames walks up the rink, indicating one more to Farah. 2-0 after 2 ends.
Much chat going on out there, though. Both very intense players. So, and Nunes got that bronze medal too, didn't she, in Nainai a couple of years ago. 6 times national champion of the USA, and she resides at Newport Beach, out around Coronado in San Diego.
And quite incredibly, she's a retired aerospace engineer. An amazing career.
Yeah. I think Coronado, everyone who lives there is
something to
from
do
the Air
with
Force.
it.
Yeah. We went to America's Cup when San Diego, when the America's Cup was on. We went to the Top Gun place, venue there, where we saw all these fantastic fighter planes, and of course we weren't there to do that, to look at that. We were there to have a good time, which we did. And there is a Dennis Conner, the infamous probably in New Zealand sailor. There is an event there called the Dennis Conner Around Coronado's Race, which was held just a bit earlier this year. So Coronado, quite a famous area.
This is a nice bowl. Yeah, good shot.
Yes.
Well played.
It's going to a good home too.
Be very pleased with that. Settling in very nicely to their task here, aren't they, these players?
Very tidy.
Just nice to
enjoying this.
To watch. Look like they're both using Henselite XGs. Incidentally, if anyone was wondering, you can see that with the just those grips on the bowl. Very common bowl down here in New Zealand and Australia, John, the Henselite XG.
Good line, doesn't it, to maybe finishes in a good place anyway. Oh, it kept going. Gee.
Well, it finished. It finished.
Yeah.
So holding one already. Looking to draw a second. We'll be hoping to miss more on the wide side here, John, than the narrow, I think.
Yeah, but she's not.
Just cutting across the head.
How adventurous is Farah?
You can see she has got those 2 blue bowls right at the back of the head.
However, she'll be looking at the board, and she's got a couple of points. This is the 3rd end. Play that forehand again. Options for her there. Sit the shot and or move the jack back to herself, or just draw it dead, which is probably going to be the option she'll go for.
Oh, she's better than us, John, so
yeah.
Big chance. She's not far away here.
No.
Needs it to let go.
Oh,
hasn't.
That was close. So it wasn't the draw of the shot. I had a roll up in the artificial out here this morning, Alex. It's blisteringly quick. Honestly, I thought, well, this bowl here will finish halfway. People who know me say, yeah, you're going to be short as usual. And it just kept on going and going. It was in the ditch before I knew it.
I did have a spy come and report that they'd seen you have a roll up, John. I said, oh, how did he go? And the spy said, I couldn't possibly comment. And looking to make it 2. get her first shots on the board in this, her second game of the World Champion of Champions singles, and that's fair enough, isn't it? She's just probably thinking there, well, I've got one.
Yep.
I don't need to go too close. One there.
We'll say that was her thoughts.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. Yep. And look at this, the long walk back for Margaret to pick up the mat and put it on the bank. They do a lot of work, don't they, these markers?
I think they're all looking at dinner tonight too, the whole group of umpires going out for dinner.
Cool.
Well, I shouldn't have said that because it might be just the elite.
I'm sure they won't be tuning in to watch the bowls coverage, John. They've got more important things to do, so you've not let the cat out of the bag there. And on the forehand.
She certainly looks like she's just going to stick to that side of the rink. She picked it up on the trial ends. Stay there unless she has to, and she will be forced at some stage to change hands. Farah struggled with her weight going this way last time.
And again.
This is where you step on the mat and you think, right, I've got to capitalise here. That's a loose bowl and I don't expect my opponent to play many of those. I've got to get one in here. Oh, whistling.
So easy to do. Stayed up on the paddock. And good line. Oh, smooth bowl there from Farah.
Again, they're just scratchy going in this direction in particular. Holding shot about 1.5 meters short.
You wouldn't expect that to still be the shot when the end is completed.
Not wider this time, and it's not coming in from there. She got the weight perfect.
Oh, there's room really here for Farah to draw the shot. She would back herself. 2 more bowls to go.
Changing hands.
Steering after this one. Look at that, willing it on. Go, she says. Underneath. Oh.
Gets the shot out of it though, probably.
Oh.
I don't know, gosh. Well, when you look at that, drawing it inside that blue is all she needs to do, so she can afford to be quite a bit narrower than what her last one was. Here we go. Just for the shot and possibly 2 shots. Is that a happy face or not?
It's hard to tell. I think it was, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's all right. Hits her own up. And
oh, that's worth a 2. What a bowl.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Last bowl of this, the 4th end. The score at the moment is Malaysia 2, USA 1. Gonna finish narrow. Grimace, annoyance, That's an end that you would not want to photograph and pin on the wall, but it's just centre it in, cut out the blue bowls and that wide red, and you've got 2 shots there, 2 red shots to Ann Nunes of the USA. I agree, and she hits the front at 3-2.
Courtesy of that nice bowl she played with her final delivery. Ann Nunes able to create a 2, just punching up her own shot and following on with the collision bowl. Look at this. And sit down. Yeah, well played, wasn't it?
A good result anyway, wasn't it? Yeah, perfect. And it was an option. It was there. To see the Maltese Falcon shirt in behind Ann Nunes there, the red and the white and black. It's Jason Borg of Malta. We're watching him next up, I think.
Where is Malta, John?
Yeah, it's not in Australia where these players come from.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll Google it.
Oh, I thought you were jesting, but no, that's...
No, I legitimately got no idea.
Good. Here's a great opener. That's good. So she's enjoying playing this side of the rink. And Nunes, she, although she wasn't all that accurate going the other way, she's decided that this is the side she likes, and now her opponent has decided that she's got something going for her with playing this hand.
It's between Sicily and the North African coast, John, as everyone knows. The Republic of Malta, an island country in southern Europe. They have 553,214 people, approximately. Anyway.
Yep. No, that's it's always good to have those accurate figures.
Just off the top of my head,
yeah,
and this is a beautiful bowl from Ann Nunes.
Gosh.
This direction, you're right, they just seem to be nailing it, and then going away, or going back in the other direction, not so good. Look at the focus here. Little twist of the wrist on the backswing. Slow down, she says.
Now this is where, yep, absolutely perfect line there. 1 under measure, she says Margaret Eames, who is the marker for this. And nice line for her to get another shot here, or to maybe nudge up her own. Just going to finish underneath. Well, just wanted another metre and a bit, and she would have been happily holding 3, I think. Going with vigour.
Close here.
There'll be some damage. Oh, the worst of outcomes.
That is an absolute calamity for the Malaysian. She's chipped her own bowl off, John, and oh dear. You're almost committed to aggression now, aren't you, if you are Farah? And now find yourself holding 3 shots.
Coach in the background there, not saying too much. Oh, that's interesting. She's just going to, presuming that her opponent is going to have a smack at this, so she puts in the back bowl.
You can see
it's end number 5, so with 3, that takes it out to 6-2, unless she can do something about this. Well, if we reconsider that last shot of hers, probably if she hadn't hit her own, she would have hit the shot.
Yeah, and
so she'll have another go at it.
It looks like the blue bowl of Farah is on the 2 metre mark, doesn't it? So I think attacking here is the call. See if you can get a kill out of it, John. You've already had 1 drive shot. Looks like it might be easier to hit it on the forehand. I think she's going to try and draw, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have thought because the draw this way has been a bit of a struggle for her that she would maybe go have a crack at it.
Oh, this is a huge moment.
Yeah. No, I think she's already thinking I should have run that.
Needs it to stop. Needs it to
Not
stop.
gonna stop, no. So it's a 3 or 2 at least. As she cut out one, whatever. It was a turn in this game, quite a dramatic turn. With Farah having led by 2-0 after 2. That's 3-2 down, and it is
2 there.
2. Well, she certainly cut one down anyway. So, interesting, intriguing match this, with Anne Nunes scoring 5 over the last 3 ends and leads by 5-2.
And the mat. Interesting there. Sometimes in bowls and singles play we talk about if you're attacking with your third bowl, it can just be worthwhile having the courage of your convictions and just go, well, if I'm attacking with my third, I've committed to, if I miss this one, I'm going to be attacking with my fourth as well. And I think upon reflection, Farah may regret that shot selection. John?
I think she's more regretting her inability to get close with the draw. You know, this is not what we really expected from her. And as we said yesterday, sometimes the first set just goes and then you start from 0, and maybe that's what happens here. But in the meantime, her opponent gets a reasonably good first bowl away.
Beautiful delivery. This is the penultimate end, so for see how Jack just come flying onto the ring. For the Malaysian competitor, you need to score this end and the next one, John, to take the set. That's a good way to go about starting that.
Blue ball might go here. I'm just going to flick underneath it. Same weight as her previous one. Has she suddenly got to grips with the screen? Here's Farah from Malaysia.
It does feel often for these players, once they click in, they won't click out of gear, John.
Yeah.
So once we see...
Yeah, here we go. Look, here's a second one coming into the zone.
That's lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Really nice bowls. I don't know why the grimace is there. That's nearly perfect. And holding 2.
Bit jerky on that shot, and again she was had some intent there.
You can see that it just didn't get out of the hand as she would have liked it to, and the challenge for Anne now is there's no bowls past the head, so aggression isn't going to work as well as she might have liked it to be had she had bowls even on the 2 metre mark.
Well, this might work for her. Will she get inside that red? No, it's not going to. It shouldn't upset Nunes, who goes down to have a look.
This is what she sees here. So the instinct as a bowler, John, is probably reaching on the forehand, do you think? Just on the right as you see it on screen?
Yeah.
Bowls are all reasonably close. It doesn't have to be, we're not talking big weight, are we? We're just saying maybe 3 or 4 feet over into that gap. You wriggle off a bowl or trail the jack back for one.
I think that's right. The wriggle off a bowl is what you'd think might happen here. She's got her own bowl. If she sort of gets a slide off that, it'll take her into the jack. The other side of the shot bowl, all sorts of things. Lots of options here. This is her final bowl, fourth of the sixth end.
Giving herself half a chance here, John.
Yes, yeah, she has half a chance. All right.
That's well played. Yeah, good job.
Taken one out at least.
The weight was what was key with that, wasn't it? Because it's the weight to get 3 or 4 chances. And Margaret Eames just confirming that it is 1 to the Malaysian. So Farah now looking to draw a second shot on her backhand and bring the score to 4-5. Last end. Very important bonus bowl here. The difference between needing to score a multiple and getting away with 1. Wow.
Yep, pretty good. So she's certainly shown what she's capable of. A couple of nice draw shots into the zone. 3, in fact, because one was taken out. She scored 2 or just a single. 1 goes out.
It deserved a 2,
Yep.
but it may not be a 2. It was well played. Going to be made to measure for it. And Nunez here. Does the skill set of an aerospace engineer extend into creating bowling measures?
We could ask.
I don't know. And it was 2 there, so the score 4-5. And it's the final end 7 of set 1 in this morning game here at Browns Bay. Been a very well contested match so far. Farah.
Get the feeling that the second set's going to be a doozy. You know, as the two of them have settled down now quite well to their green and weight. And whichever way the first set goes, there'll be no guarantee that the winner of that wins the second, with the standard of this these 2 women. So leading off with the jack throw, mid-length, and it's going to be Farah with the first ball.
Every game we've broadcast has gone to a tiebreak,
It
hasn't
has,
it, John?
yeah, they have.
I'd hate to see that pattern broken. On the backhand. Extremely grooved delivery there.
We had a bit of a discussion amongst a few of us last night about the format, you know, which most people seem to enjoy, but there's quite a call for, you know, best of 3. You know, if you're going to play 2 sets of 7 ends, why not play, a third, make it a best of 3?
It's interesting, eh? And the I quite like. If anyone's ever watched the Darts World Championships, which are due to start in about 3 weeks' time, the way that works, it's the first to X number of sets.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe the first to 2 sets or the first to 3 sets. For their World Championship final, it's the first to 5 sets, and they do a certain number of legs. You could work out some sort of darts format. There's an endless number of options, I suppose, John.
I suppose even if they looked at the best of 3 for the playoffs or something with this, you know, but they constantly reviewing the formats of World Bowls events.
Oh yeah, I mean certainly. There's always some interesting opinions.
Yeah.
Around. You could go. Oh, I won't even say it.
There's
there's plenty of options. Plenty of options. I've long held that every competition should just be 2 live first to 31 points.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. But that's why I don't get allowed anywhere near the conditions of play. I just sit behind a microphone and ramble about bowls. And rambling about bowls, what a
shot here!
Great effort that was.
But I think for the traditionalists, you've got singles, champion of champions, first to 21. You know, one dispense with the set system. There's a lot of call for that too.
We'll always have a mixture of views, but a mixture of bowls being played as well.
Most of them would have won their titles, championships, playing first to 21, wouldn't they? 21 shots.
Yeah, some of them would have. It's interesting how the countries get their champions through to this. In New Zealand, we're very spoilt with our national championships, which are just truly open championships if you're affiliated to Bowls New Zealand or any NSO from any country affiliated to World Bowls. It's just an open event. You can enter our singles, pairs, fours or mixed pairs. The draw is not seeded. You just enter it and you can play, and that's rare around the place. Most national championships require qualifying, so I think we're very lucky in New Zealand to have our system. Get the opportunity.
We should remind New Zealanders, or anyone who's going to be in New Zealand at the time, that I think the cut-off point for singles and pairs, which will be held in this area, might be the end of this week.
Yeah, they've got maybe a week to get the entries in. Looking forward to that. Now, it's getting a bit niggly this end, isn't it? The shot, who holds the shot? If I was betting, I'd say Anne does. That red bowl at 1 o'clock to the jack looks like the shot to me.
I think so too. No indication to the contrary. Gentleman sitting down there, we can just see his brown trousers now. That's father of the English singles women's player. That's Pip Brandfield, who's been out to New Zealand several times. There he goes.
Looking quite serene.
Yeah, he enjoys coming out here, and other members of the family are here.
Right, so given that we think Farah is 1 down here, this shot needs to count for the set to stay alive for Malaysia. On the forehand. On the wide side there, John.
Just that weight gets
That's
around that.
coming
It's okay. If the weight's good enough, it'll be the shot.
Whoop.
Or if it falls in, who knows? Let's see. Do we see our umpire giving us an indication?
It may be enough.
Well, she only finger measured the 2 front bowls.
The fact that Anne's gone back to play her bowl would indicate. Come on, Margaret. Don't you say it's a measure. Oh, 1 blue. So 1 to 1.5.
So that back bowl must have been the shot.
Yeah. And may I just say what exceptional marking that was from Margaret Eames. That's very helpful.
Can have drawn sets, of course. Pushed that out really wide, but that's where she's found them coming home from. Oh, she'll need some luck here. Not quite getting it.
Didn't get it.
So it's a shot to Farah from Malaysia, and maybe 2. She's saying that's 1. It is 1, and so we do have it tied up at 5 all.
So the first set drawn. Look at this here from the Malaysian. This is the bowl that counted in the end, just around the front one. And sit for 1. Lovely bowl.
So we'll start the second set in just a moment, and it will be the winner of this set that wins this particular match. So I mentioned earlier, some of the players played just 1 game yesterday, others played a couple. There were a few upsets, as you will find by looking at the results, and some of the players would have gone to bed last night thinking, I can't afford to be like that today or tomorrow, looking at day 2. So by the end of today there'll be quite a bit of movement on the points table, and those that were unbeaten after day 1 might find themselves not quite in that advantageous position after day 2.
First bowl of set 2 here.
Got a little bit longer with the jack. She's found that line. She found it on the previous end coming in this direction. So it's a good starter.
You do find, John, when you're able to deliver the jack, that often does give you that feeling, doesn't it, for your first bowl? And it doesn't really make sense because the jack is a totally different size and shape to a bowl. But for whatever reason in this game, if you can deliver the jack often, you think, well, I know what weight to deliver the bowl with now, and it's usually pretty close.
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm in agreement with that, but I've thrown down quite a few jacks, and seldom does my first bowl end up. But you're right, it should give you an advantage, and you're often back in the day taught, if you just remember how you put the jack down, because that transfers to what your first bowl will do. Unless you put it in the ditch. Oh, here's a couple of shots now.
That's exceptional
stuff. She changed
stuff.
hands too, so she's nutted the jack on both hands.
And important for Anne to have this bowl past the head so that she can play a shot later on in the end. It's about trying to give yourself opportunities, John.
Yeah.
As long as this comes back to the centre line, it's actually a very nice shot here. That's well played from Anne, as long as it stays up on the paddock. Yeah, good bowl.
That kept tracking, didn't it? Gee.
I did think it was going to stop earlier.
Otherwise you wouldn't have said what you said.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
You're onto it.
Good tactics here. Holding 2, that's a good start. 2 on any end is impressive. And then she's covered the 2 metre mark I'm in.
Literally sitting on the 2 metre mark there. Well, if the weight's right here, this could be an exceptional bowl from Anne Nunez. How's the speed? Oh. Mighty effort. Unfortunately, she's blocked the drive, really, John, with that that red bowl. You can see it's in the way. And Farah a chance to draw for 3. It's reasonably safe for the blue bowls to draw for third shot as long as you keep it in line with the rest. You wouldn't want to give Anne a shelf to use here. This one's more about the green that you're taking. May even play the backhand. Nope.
She gets past the jack, that's good, because Anne might still look at playing with weight. There's the opportunity really to punch her own onto the shot bowl and send the jack spilling back.
I suppose part of it is you're happy to...
Ooh. Fine line here.
Oh, there's no harm.
No.
It'll be intriguing to see what shot Anne opts to play. You could argue, if you look at this head, Anne has 3rd and 4th shot.
Yeah.
And she's only 1 down on the 2, so why not hit your red bowl that sits at 12 onto the 2 blues and see if you can clear some stuff off. The worst case scenario in theory would be still 2 down, which is what you are now. And you may just drop a 1 or even score.
And then she almost drew it last time.
True. It's got the green right.
Yeah.
Not sure about the weight on this one, John.
And I think she'll be questioning that decision. Accuracy of the draw hasn't been great for the players to get into that sort of area, and so you sort of think maybe that just hit your own bowl, push the blue out, move the jack back to the ditch, seemed to be more options. And as you said, she could only really go 2 down, remain 2 down. However, it's a good start for Malaysia in the second set of this, having drawn the first 5 all. Malaysia lead 2-0.
Be another interesting thing to watch as the days go on, and I think we'll see it today, John, with the style of play being played, and we keep on bleating on about it, but the greens here at Browns Bay are running between 17 and 20 seconds, which is very quick. And the style of game we play in New Zealand tends to be a draw or drive game. You know, you're either drawing the shot, and if you hit something, you hit it pretty hard. Because if you play the reaching game that we see in a lot of other countries,
Yes.
so say we were in England and I wanted just to play a reaching bowl, it's very easy for me to keep my bowl on the rink and pass the head. If you're in New Zealand and you want to play a reaching bowl, more often than not, your bowl just goes into the ditch if you miss. So your percentages don't improve. So we find that the game we play down here tends to be draw or drive, and that's a beautiful draw bowl.
Yep.
Or easier to draw or drive, John, I think is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't mean you can't play the other shots, but they're so much harder than they are in other countries.
It's quite a tidy bowl too from Nunes. Very tidy.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
We look out a bit later on and just see what sort of length is being played on some of the other rinks, whether they've all decided that, hey, we're getting far more accurate out of bowling 2 to 2.
Look
2
at
metre
this
mark
stuff.
to 2 metre. That's classy now. Sounds quite still out there. So the
That's what I mean about overplaying a bowl, John.
Yeah.
Very easy to do. And very, very little wind this morning.
oh, here we go. 2 on the bank, I think.
Look at this. So easy to do. You just think,
Yeah.
oh, just add a little bit of weight, and it goes hoofing into the ditch.
Tracking well.
Needs it to hold. Oh, lovely effort.
Yeah.
It's an interesting decision here to make for Farah. I think she'll be quite pleased to leave the 2 there. You're almost covering the red bowl that you see to the right of your screen, John. That's where the jack might go. Maybe Farah will just play a cover bowl on the forehand. 2's good fishing, and it's a nice narrow target.
Yep. Just doesn't want to waste a ball. It's it'd be a big target if she gets now just decides to draw, and even if she's good enough to sit the red bowl out for 3, that'll be a fat target.
Yeah, I think it would just encourage Anne to
Yeah.
hit, and I'm not sure if that's what the Malaysian player would like to see.
Just wants to keep this on the green. It's a pretty good shot, that, actually, isn't it? Come round for the 2 metre mark. Will it be the 2 metre? Yeah, be the closest to the 2 metre. Oh no, of course the jack's on the 2 metre, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nicely played.
Yep. Because the danger for weight here is those, you might just blue cannon into red, you knock your own bowl off and you're still 2 down or 3 down. She didn't miss by much last time.
No.
So let's see what she manages here. 2 down now. Play the perfect bowl. Drag the jack away to our left. She's not going to do that though. And so it is a another two to Farah of Malaysia, and she now leads by 4-0. So just reminding you that Farah Ain won the World Indoor Gold Medal earlier this year, April in Guernsey. She played outstandingly well there. And Nunes has won this event last year and bronze medal a couple of years previous. So we've got two of the real big contenders for this event.
Remembering too that it's a bit of a marathon on section play here, and the players play, I think it's 7 games each, and as a general rule they can probably afford to lose 2 games before it's panic stations.
Yeah.
You know, so 5, 6 or 7 wins should be enough to qualify you for post section. In the sections as such, that it's likely that you probably would lose a game in section play, I think, John. So we see
Change of length here, so the previous end she drew 2 beautiful bowls on the 2 metre mark. Jack's nowhere near the 2 metre mark this time.
much shorter. That's a nice bowl.
Yeah.
Have been impressed with the Malaysian representative, really settling into the speed of the screen.
It's not bad either.
Very close here. That's a lovely shot.
Yes. When the match, you feel as though the match is slipping away from me. 2-2s, I'm down 4-0, but I'm only playing the third end. So she draws the shot nicely. Oh, over-talked it.
Well, that was... I'd blame you, John. Strange. You just have a momentary lapse in concentration in this game and a loose bowl happens. And here on the forehand. 4 down in this set. And the short sets are really... will be looking to score on this end if she can. Nice green.
Isn't that? That's amazing, isn't it, when you look at that? 2 really good bowls first up and the opposite for the next 2.
Oh, that's smooth out of the hand. Up and over on their own blue or underneath for the red. Oh, what an exceptional bowl. Well played. Moments of magic here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Is this the first time she's played this hand?
I think it might be, John.
And she might just say to herself, why did I persevere with the other? Oh, oh, for a little correction there.
You look at the weight, absolutely perfect weight with that bowl, John. It's dead level with the jack. And as it sits, Farah in a very strong position here, holding 2. Are we thinking a third shot on the forehand, but aiming past a little bit?
Yeah. Well, otherwise you might see Anne Nunes have a smack at those 2. She's got 3rd, 4th, 5th shots, I'd say. I think she'd want Farah would like something down on the left-hand side here behind those 2 red. The jack will go possibly, if Anne plays that same sort of shot, will come over to the left as we view it.
You draw a line from the jack down in the sort of 7 o'clock direction.
Yeah.
That is where she'd be aiming to finish. opting to play that on her backhand. Such a smooth delivery. The stressy thing about the backhand is you'd hate to be through the jack.
Yes.
on your way to the cover, but she's not going to be. And that's a very well played bowl from Farah. That's essentially
Pretty much where we
perfectly placed.
suggested she play
Yeah.
it. I think when you look at the Malaysians playing, their style, they all use the same style. The coaching has been thorough.
Very well coached.
Yeah.
If Anne is feeling aggressive, you see this from the players' end, she may think, oh, I can just get the 2 blue bowls without any jack movement.
Yeah.
Deep breath in.
Pretty good line. Jack. Yeah, played that
What a
well.
beautiful
Very
bowl.
good bowl. Oh,
A beautiful bowl.
Yeah. And nice placement from Farah, because that had the potential to be 3 shots if she hadn't had her bowl in that position. So a good save there from Anne Nunes, as we see that very good bowl that's made it 2 up to Farah. And then this one here is getting a slice of it, and it was good that she got a slice, because otherwise it might have just carted back to the blue. But she gets a shot out of it. That's a good save there from the American, the defending champion.
Here we've got Dave Allen and the South African on the right. She's being broadcast a bit later on. It's a popular hat in South Africa, those visors.
Yep.
Don't see them in New Zealand. They must do a good job with the sun. Right on the 2 metre mark, John.
I had a chat to Annika when they were practicing here the other day. Really thrilled her, and the pair of them. As I think I said the other day that the South African male who's here, Wayne Roberts, is moving to New Zealand. So we'll be quite happy to have him. He's highly ranked in the world of bowls.
Certainly is, and given his ranking, we may see him right at the pointy end and post section, John.
Yeah.
Maybe the men's final, perhaps. You never know. And that long end thrown by Anne. Probably to try and disrupt Farah, because she was just drawing so well in the last 2 ends. Has done its job, but for both of them.
I think coming this way last time it was on the 2 metre. So, and we saw Farah draw 2 shots with the jack on the 2 metre mark, so I was a bit surprised. But Anne clearly feels a bit more comfortable with this length as well, and here she goes.
Oh, that's exceptional.
Yeah.
Lovely bowl.
Highly polished bowls. I looked at them while they were having their trial ends, and you just about see yourself in those red bowls.
That's the only thing I miss, John, about the black bowls, is when they were polished to that nice sheen.
Yeah.
I think they were really nice looking. You could polish them with you get a bit of grippo and smear some grippo on the bowl and then polish them up, and they'd come up absolutely beautiful. Whereas with the multicoloured bowls, you could have a sheen to them, but it doesn't, I don't think it stands out quite as much, although goodness, look at that. You can see it on Anne's bowls, can't you?
Yeah. And with those black bowls, you could use chalk.
Yes.
A stick of chalk and see it.
Always helpful.
Yep.
Looking to stack it up here. The defending women's champion. That's lovely stuff.
It's the winner of this set that wins this match, because the first set was drawn.
And the 2 to 2 metre mark so far has thrown off Farah.
It'd be good to draw this one as well. That'd be good if we go to a tiebreaker.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I'm sold.
A good enough correction here from Farah. On the jog down the centre line comes Anne Nunes, the defending champion, the woman who won the World Bowls Champion of Champion Women's title last year. Has a look, doesn't come right down to the head. Farah comes down, stands on the bank where she'll see one of her bowls. I think there's one up on the bank.
It's interesting. Deep breath in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pushes it out wide. Very wide.
Yeah, that's maximum green. It'll be interesting just to see how far this does come back in. Won't be far enough, but beautiful weight and still holding a reasonable 2 here, John. Like, I think Anne will be expecting to score at least 1 shot on this end. Just see the head there.
Well, that bowl wasn't on the ditch, so her opponent has got the 3 back bowls here, and I'm sure that's where Anne was looking to put that last bowl of hers, somewhere down around the 1 and close to the ditch. She has got a toucher, so the shot bowl is a toucher, which means that if it goes into the ditch, it is still a live bowl. Just get some advice from the coach.
On the back end.
So maybe just looking at that score saying, okay, it's 4-1. I could drop a single. Let's try and draw a second shot. Tracking well. Tracking very well here. Just going to finish under, but might well still be second shot. It is second shot.
Oh, well played.
Oh, yep. So that was a good save there. Only 2 down she was at the time. But rather than being aggressive, playing to the board a little bit.
1 conceded. And we'll measure for second shot here.
And I think the reason that Farah's doing the measuring is that Anne said, I'm claiming 2.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong.
Please and thank you. Blue bowl first and then the red. And it's looking like 2.
2 it is.
So it was a well played bowl, but not well played enough for Farah, and the set level now at 4 apiece. 4th end. Or is it 3-4, John?
3-4, I think.
3-4. That's nowhere near as exciting as 4 apiece. That's what you get for being efficient on the
You're
on
so
the
quick with
scoreboard.
it today. Just
well, the problem was I was quick, and then I'd forgotten I'd put 1 shot on the board already.
how long do we go? We go short.
Interesting.
So we're going long one way and short the other. Ooh, she might be struggling with that. That's okay. All right. So this is as short as it gets. Minimum length.
In theory, you essentially just breathe on the bowl and it'll make it.
Yeah.
For our viewers too, this is the broadcast green is probably the slowest of the 3 greens here at Browns Bay. So if you think this is quick to watch, the other 2 greens are quicker. There's a third one that's down the back of the building that's running very close to 20 seconds in speed, and the other green is probably 18 or 19, whereas this is comparatively slow. We think at about 17 seconds.
Yeah, they timed it, trying to be totally accurate, I heard 16.8 or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll change as the day goes on. As I mentioned previously, the temperature's due to get warmer.
And on the forehand. That's a very nice bowl from Anne Nunez there. Yeah, well played. Farah just deciding here, forehand or backhand. You look at this, it looks like it'll be on the forehand. It's the open side, easier to get a bowl close to the jack.
I just had a quick look at my phone. I see that temperature here, they're saying at the moment is 19, but due to get up to 23 or 24.
Has been quite warm. It was warm yesterday, John.
Yeah.
So yeah, bloke with an ice cream in the background, so he's not going to be that warm for much longer.
A coffee cart here, ice cream around the corner. Holding shot, so let's be wide rather than narrow.
Yeah, exactly. That's wise words from
Brings that in.
Joe Edwards.
Yeah. That's a handy ball there. So movement of the jack could go to her, so she's covering it pretty well. So just reminding you, as you look at the score up in the top left-hand corner, 5-all the first, and a great story in that where Farah got out to a 2-0 lead, and then Nunez scored 5 over 3 ends to lead by 5-2. Then it was 5-4. And Farah picked up a butte bowl on the last to go to 5-all. So first was shared 5-all.
Farah will be very disappointed with her third bowl of this end. You see there it's finished well short. And
Oh, that's
well, they'll both be disappointed with their previous bowls, won't they? It's poor stuff.
Really bad bowl by Nunez. She'd played her first 3, all ended up in good positions, holding the shot, covering areas where the jack might go, and then she just needed to put some more pressure on.
Decisions here. I think it's just the forehand, isn't it, John? You'll just play the forehand side.
So. Yeah.
Try and trail the jack back to your own bowl.
Yeah, she's having a wee nibble
Playing
here.
with more weight.
Ooh.
Oh, that's fortuitous.
Gee, that was very. And so it is Farah who gets the shot out of this, I think. Could have well sprung that jack to the left, and you look at those red bowls out there.
Very good result.
That's the way the game goes. And it is a blue lollipop we see. And now Farah of Malaysia leads by 5-3.
Just watch her reaction, John. She was pleased at the bowl. Look at this. Hit it, she thinks. And happy days.
Yeah. Pleased, and then realising that was lucky.
You never question it in this game. So 5-3 the score, as you said.
Right, we're up to end number 6.
And we've lost the jack as well. That sign of a little bit of pressure, perhaps. Margaret delivering it back, so Anne's going to get this opportunity now to...
Well, she, coming this way last time, she had it on the 2-metre mark, and that was clearly where Farah was wanting it anyway, so they're enjoying playing the same length, I think. Change up for her then.
Can you imagine if we have 2 drawn sets?
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
It's possible.
And then a third end in a tiebreaker. Hey, just to we go 2 drawn sets, and then it's 3-all after 2.
Toss
We've
a
got to
coin.
play. Yeah, that's right.
Good game to start off the coverage with here live on Sky Sport New Zealand and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. And if you are one of our YouTube viewers and you found the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and you're not a subscriber yet, and you would like to watch more bowls, can I encourage you to click the subscribe button. It should be in red somewhere. It will say subscribe, and if you click on it, you will be notified when that channel goes live. And with 3 more days of broadcasts here from the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles, it's a nice simple way to stay up to date.
When people hear the word subscribe, they expect to be paying a lot of money.
No money.
It's just
click the
subscribe
button.
means, yeah.
Click the button, you're in.
Yep.
Get a little notification on your phone when the channel goes live, and you can decide to watch it or not. A good start here by Farah, defending that 2-shot lead.
Here we go. Oh, she's going to dip. Or get a flick. Or not. So just one still. One now to Malaysia.
One and a measure. We heard come through the ambient mic. Penultimate end.
No doubt they've found that hand a more comfortable one, haven't they? But that's a long way shy. Gosh.
Anne's got a chance now if she can reach through the shot bowl. Just sit on it for 1.5. Give her a really good opportunity for a 2. This is in the area, John. This is in the area. Good bowl. Exceptional shot. She's unlucky there not to be half. Well, she was half a bowl narrow, but it was such a well-played bowl. Holding 1.
Two bowls to be played. The first of them is the blue one. Bit of encouragement from Malaysian coach. Could be 5-all playing the last.
Oh, it's been quite exciting.
Yeah. But then, of course, no, it'd be better if it's 5-4 playing the last, and then there's a chance of a draw.
Right, so that's not going to count. So here we go. Here's Anne's opportunity, John, to draw level.
Yep.
And then we won't be having, or be very unlikely to be having a 3-end tiebreak then.
Right. Yeah.
I won't say we won't, because you never know. You'd need 2 touches or the 2 bowls to be the exact same distance apart. The end could be drawn. So for 2.
Ooh, she's gone that big wide arc there.
I don't think that's going to come back from there.
No. She's done that a couple of times, hasn't she? Just really humped it out there. So One it is, so we do have the opportunity of getting a second.
I can feel it in my
in.
bones, John.
Oh.
We're going to be 5-all in the first set, 5-all in the second set, and a 3 in tie break. It'll be all square after 3.
And then we'll toss a coin.
Yeah, we've got all the time in the world. Why not use it? Mat placed down. Jack length, crucial here. This is the direction that the players have been, well, struggling's an exaggeration. It's the direction that the players have been playing the least amount of effective bowls. And there's the jack.
She watched it all the way, I think. She was wondering if she'd overcooked it. It's right down on the 2 metre. We might see a couple of bowls in the ditch from this. I haven't bowled to this length going in this direction.
It's an interesting anxiety as a bowler when the jet gets placed on the 2 metre mark and it's a quick green, because you almost double guess yourself.
Yeah.
It's the number of times you let it go and it feels good. Just keeps running. This is a nice weight.
Yeah, you want that first one.
Solid start.
So no doubt Farah will play the other hand.
As we said, we've got a few more days here. We go till Saturday at the World Champion of Champion Singles, and if you're in the Auckland region or even feel like travelling, it's a wonderful facility here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. That's a good shot. There's a coffee cart, John.
Yep.
Ice cream, food, a bar, good bowls. What more could you ask for? It's a wonderful place to be.
I wonder if she's going to play the other hand. The one that she's probably only delivered 2 balls on the entire match.
I can think of maybe 2.
Yeah. And it might just work out for her.
She's done it.
Off there.
She's done it.
Do it. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
good bowl. Well played, Anne.
And I don't think she would have played that hand if that blue ball hadn't have been where it is. She's stuck to that same side of the rink all the way through.
And now holding 1. Holding 1. So holding the drawn set. Farah on the backhand. On the tight side. This is a very narrow bowl, John. It's going to need to drift. It's going to need to drift a lot. That's a bowl that played under pressure there.
Started narrow.
And look at that, it's just gone onto the ditch. Played under pressure. When we talk about those reaching bowls being much harder to play in New Zealand, that's what we mean. Very hard to punch a bowl up, and jogging after this one.
Suggests she's quite happy with it, and a wee flick on this bowl would be great for her. Or just enough maybe. That's probably given her 2. So now the pressure really is on Farah from Malaysia.
Holding the
She
win.
showed her intent with that previous bowl. Quite so narrow this time. It's not going to be here.
Pressure, John.
Yep.
That's what it is.
And there'll be a spring in the step of Anne Nunes as she goes down to the mat now. Blowing out, exhaling, nervous exhalation of air. Turns and has a look back at the spot where she wants this bowl to finish. As she picks it up, she'll be reminded that there is still 1 bowl to be played.
We'll see her chase after this bowl as well, I think, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Want to be standing down the other end.
Be the deep breath. Here we go. Last bowl for her in this set. She's holding the shot. She's got bowls handily placed. She'll be probably wanting something a little bit over. Oh no, she's going to bring one in and draw another. Or she's short, which she'll be annoyed with. So does that give her opponent an opening?
Well,
or has she cut out the shot that Farah was going to play?
it's interesting because there's nothing to hit. There's no back bowls for blue. She should be feeling, I think Anne will be almost feeling like, well, we're going to 3 ends at a minimum, because it looks reasonably secure, that single shot.
Yeah.
And I think it's a dead draw here on the back end to save the game for Farah.
So Farah's last bowl, of course, is right on the centre line and well short. Here we go. Looking for that narrow line again. Maybe not narrow enough. Certainly just slips by, and so it is at least 5 all.
I expect that it's
a
two.
shake. It's a shake of the hands, and so Ann Nunes of the USA has picked up a 2 on the final end of the second set to win this match against the Malaysian Farah Ain by 6-5. The first set was drawn 5 all. The second set goes the way of the defending champion Ann Nunes of the USA by 6-5. We've got more coming up for you later from the world champion of champion singles.
10. Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles, hosted this year at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. We're here for round 2, day 2. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined by commentary for this match by John Macbeth. And John, can you talk us through, well, what are we going to see?
Well, we're going to see two of the nations that certainly indicate that this is a world championship, because we've got representative men's from Malta and also Switzerland. Now, when you talk about bowls, you tend to think about England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa and so on, but here we have teams representing Malta and Switzerland. So they've won their way through to this situation. Tom Schneider of Switzerland is representing his country, and Jason Borg, this very tall man, I think 6'7" he said he is, Jason Borg representing Malta.
Well, it's not short, is it?
No. So again, it's 2 sets of 7 ends and tiebreaker if required. So this is the first end of the first set. This man, Tom Schneider, is no stranger to this part of the world or the World Champion of Champions Singles. He competed in Sydney in 2018 and on the Gold Coast last year. But an interesting story about both of these nations and how they get to this stage. So Jason Borg, you see there the Malta Bowls Association on his shirt, the Maltese Falcons they call them. And you'll see on Thomas Schneider's shirt there, Swiss Bowls. So they do have a Swiss Bowls organisation or association in Switzerland. So that already will have surprised a few of our viewers, I think, that these two countries have their own associations.
I was going to ask you if why I recognised the Maltese Falcon as a term. It was a film or a book, wasn't it, John?
Yes,
I've just done a quick Google.
Yep.
I thought maybe there's a falcon that's a famous sort of falcon, but no, it's a they've borrowed the title.
What was it? A spy?
Apparently, it's a
spy book.
An
anyway.
American film noir.
Yeah.
From 1941.
No, right.
Notable for its cast, crisp dialogue, and dramatic cinematography.
And who were the stars in that? They were well known.
Humphrey Bogart.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Humphrey Bogart.
Yeah.
There's a song about him. Look at this here. Needs to. A bit unlucky not to land on the blue bowl.
So I've had 6 bowls delivered that I can see. Maybe 7, because I can't see an 8th one up on the... Oh, yeah, there's one on the bank. So this is the last bowl of this first end, and this is Jason Borg.
Holding 1.5.
Finding they're coming in a long way up from out there, and we saw that in the first match that we had between Anne Nunes and Farah of Malaysia, taking a fair bit of green out there.
He's had a frustrating event. Has Jason Borg. He's played 3 games and lost 3 games.
I think and the tiebreaker has come into play in at least 2 of his games. So 2 blue there for Jason Borg of Malta. So I had a quick chat with Jason and the team there from Malta. Absolutely thrilled to be here. He lives in Mackay in Queensland in Australia, and the female representative is Connie Rickson. She is also in Australia. They did have a national championship. They held it at Broad Beach. So they pretty much sent out a notice to all Maltese people, if you want to play in this is where we're going to host it. And so he beat Troy Lorimer in the final. They had previously held their nationals in Malta, but they got permission from World Bowls this year that they could host their national championships at Broad Beach, select players, and that's fair enough too, because as Jason said, there are thousands of Maltese descendants from people who came to the northern part of Queensland to work in the cane fields and the sugar plantations and so on. So they've got some fairly talented bowlers.
Fair enough. And this man here, Thomas Schneider from Switzerland, was able to take one set off Lee Schreiner of Australia, the man who we're looking to go very deep in this competition. He's probably the most experienced player at this level in the men's and women's field, John. He's attended on a number of occasions. He took a set off him first game yesterday on sea green, so was only defeated in a tie break.
Well, the sea green, which is the one that we're not seeing here, we're on green A, and in the background is green B. Over the back of the building, the clubhouse, is an artificial green and also a third live green which is being used for these championships. And Jason Borg had played on that yesterday, and he said, I have never played on such a fast green. He said, I've played on some quite quick greens, but he said, that was playing 18, 19 seconds. He said it was just unbelievable. So he couldn't get to grips with it, but he's obviously not having many problems with this one.
Yellow bowl, how far, mate?
Yeah, there you go. He's not really Maltese, is he, mate?
On the forehand.
It's a good track, isn't it?
Look at this here.
There's no
frustration.
justice.
Which one is top?
Schneider using Aero Optimas, those yellow bowls of his. Quite a good correction here coming in, because the jack has moved a little bit and he's tossed it out into
Nice
a very valuable position there.
I'll come have a look, mate.
It's quite slightly wrong way around. You're supposed to ask if you can come and have a look, but I suppose if you tell them, that's sort of asking, isn't it?
Looks like Kath Thompson being the marker there. She's not going to argue with him.
So he's the blue bowls. I think the backhand for me, John, is the logical shot, just to the right of your screen, just drawing through that gate. If you move the jack, it's worth a few, but just trying to draw the shot on the backhand would make sense.
And also, when you look at those two yellow bowls, if he's slightly narrow or wide, he can use those, an edge off those, or bring them into the jack and possibly cart the jack back a wee bit to his own blue bowls. He's using XGs.
On the back end, there we go.
So 2 or 3 options here, as long as his weight's good. It looks to be all right too. So inside the right hand yellow, using that. Yep.
Use it.
Yeah. Oh, gee, nearly flicked the jack back. That would have been the perfect shot. Getting 3. Schneider holds 1 now.
I thought he'd played it well, but unlucky, really. Not to get a better result.
Schneider looking to come down this left-hand side as we view it. Forehand to the right-hander.
Very vibrant bowls, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Swiss player. Nice smooth delivery. Yeah, again the mat. Must keep forgetting to ask any of the players why they do that, John.
Yeah, well, it might be a condition of play that you don't know about, Alex.
Wouldn't be
So
the first time.
A single, so both lollipops getting a working over today early on. It's 2-1 Borg of Malta leading Schneider of Switzerland.
See there, Tom Taidoa, the coach of Aiden Takarua, the New Zealand player, sitting on a seat, looking quite relaxed. Got a nice bucket hat on, and that jack has been delivered into perfectly, not into the ditch. I was about to say, John, we've seen another one go.
Yes. So the Swiss, they've got 6 clubs in their association. They can only play bowls for 4 months of the year maximum because they use curling arenas. So once the ice is gone, they bring in artificial short but not quite 30 metre type length
Mats.
rinks. So they play on those, always indoors of course. So they, as Tom said, the thing that gets us most is the wind, you know, because we don't play with any wind. They had their champion of champion competition in France, because in France they have got an artificial full length outdoor green, so they got permission to go into France and play their champion of champions in there. So a lot of these players are experiencing conditions that they've never experienced before, or seldom experienced, and certainly can't practice for them. And as he said, all our bowlers are curlers as well, so
Yeah.
bowls is their off-season sport.
Yeah, curling, a great game and one of the cousin sports to bowls. The difference in the strategy, the main difference in the strategy between curling and bowls, John, is that they're playing to a target. So in curling, the jack can't move. It can't. So often what you see in curling is that players prefer to err short and hit the curling stones up, whereas in bowls we prefer to err heavy and take the target to the bowls.
So there's no target to take back in curling.
And we don't scream quite as much in this game.
Hard.
Sometimes I would love a curling room for some of the short bowls I've put up over the years.
So this is a hairy end at the moment. That's another bowls description that we've invented. A hairy end.
See if it catches on.
Nah. So identical nation colours there, aren't they? Or shirt colours. Different designs, of course. Red, white and black. Switzerland's colours, of course, with the red flag with the white cross, and Malta is a split red and white. So they come out in the same colours. Not quite coming in for you, Tom.
No, it's not going to. Oh, they're just reaching past.
Stayed on, just stayed on.
Had a very reasonable crowd gathered for this event, and it will continue to build as we head towards the finals day. And wonderful to have that coffee and ice cream cart in the background. Proceeds, it's part of their sponsorship deal, John. The proceeds go to the Browns Bay Bowling Club, so thank you very much to Wendy at Harcourt's Cooper & Co. for that, and I say it from the bottom of my heart because I'm a caffeine addict. Very pleased this morning to see the coffee cart pull up.
Well, I also lined up for a coffee, and in front of me was this bowls person, supporter here, who, when he went to the counter and asked for an ice cream, he said, "I'll have a hokey pokey one this time, please." And I said, "What do you mean this time?" He said, "I've already had one." Yeah, so he said, "You've got to try them all." A hokey pokey one this time. That was at about 10:30 in the morning.
Never too early for an ice cream, Colin. I feel like I'm going. I'm losing it.
And obviously never too early for two. Here we go.
Right, so our marker has been asked to measure.
Well, Jason doesn't want to get down. It's too far to get back up.
Very good measurer. So they've conceded 2. Conceded 2 already. Teamwork here. And that one.
Is that 3, is it?
3 to Jason Borg.
Well, you get the feeling that the jack will be long again. A good start here for Borg, who hasn't won a match.
Short jack delivered.
Well, so
I think it'd be hard to do.
yeah, but I think what we saw in the previous game, the players were playing long in the other direction and were making them shorter here. I wonder if they've latched on to something to do with the breeze.
Yeah, sometimes you find like the wind whips around a corner.
Yeah, or as you said in the previous game, coming through the gate, the hole where the gate is. Good opener here from Borg.
That's a lovely bowl. Really nice shot. And then we see Thomas on the backhand.
Not bad weight either.
Absolute focus on the Maltese representative's face. Nice weight. Playing well as Jason Borg, sorry, John.
And neither of the players taking much time on the mat. Oh, that man in the middle there with his hands on his knees, he was the one who, I recognise him from the ice cream ordering. 2 ice creams today already. There he goes with the dark glasses on.
Hokey pokey.
Pokey pokey and whatever he had beforehand.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I used to save the bits of hokey pokey till last, John.
Yeah.
Leave them in the bottom of the
they're not as big
bowl.
chunks of hokey pokey as they used to be in my day, Alex. So Borg holding a couple here. This will be 3.
This is a nice bowl.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 good shots here from Jason Borg. And Thomas under all sorts of pressure. He's already 4 down on the card. Lovely delivery there on the forehand. Question is, how far back will it come?
He might just cut out a couple here. Don't hit your own.
Oh, a little bit unlucky
yes,
there.
He was too.
It's a very nicely played bowl. And they come for a walk. Good to get your steps up in this game.
What do they see? Is it 3 to Borg, or did that last one cut out a shot? I think he'll go back thinking, I can get 4 here.
Yeah. certainly you look at that, if Borg plays his forehand, which is to the left of the screen as we see it, just as trying to draw the shot, it can only be good movement, John. Nice little guide really with that yellow bowl.
You can afford to touch his own. He thinks he's a bit wide, bit heavy maybe. Is he? Let's see, it's coming right round. It's going to be a nothing bowl for him.
Immediately, the moment we saw Borg let that bowl go, there was that grimace, wasn't there? As if to say, oh, I know this is not going to achieve its desired outcome. Oh.
Yep. Oh, good, thanks. We know now what Tom's planning. That is to just come inside his last, and it'll be a perfect shot about to the marker's foot.
For a terrifying second, John, I thought he was going to hit the bowl with his hand.
I think Kath was only holding up 2, so maybe it's just 2. Here we go. It needs to be a fine adjustment here, and I don't think he's made that adjustment. There you can see him waving, trying to coax it to come back in. Well, nothing wrong with the weight of 7 of 8, those 8 bowls really. So 1, 2. That's good. Borg just indicated to Thomas what he thought it was, and he'd been down on the head. He agreed, and it is just 1.
Just the 1, yep.
Yeah.
So 6-1 the score. We're on end 5 of 7 here, day 2, game 2 at Browns Bay Bowling Club for the World Champion of Champions singles.
Quite a bit of blue sky up there now. It's warmed up considerably since early in the day. It was, I think when we began our 9 o'clock broadcast, it was about 16 degrees. It's moved up into the early 20s now.
The players would have wanted to have put on some sunscreen. Got a thin ozone layer above, so it is got a bit of a bite to it, John. Beautiful weather here. Been very impressed with Jason Borg. He settled down nicely. That's another nice bowl.
Not too bad either if he's got the correct weight.
Oh, good try. And the smile.
There's fractions in matches like this. You can lose a game by 9-1, and yet you've been within the millimetres of scoring or winning the match yourself, or you don't get the wick doesn't go your way, or it goes the opposition's way, and there is a bit of controlled luck involved in bowls.
Yeah, well, that been in the area sometimes.
Yes.
Not sure about this one,
No,
John.
No, ball might be being picked up from the edge of the rink.
Quite wide rinks by New Zealand standards here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club for this World Champion of Champions singles. They've got a minimum rink width requirement, so the rinks are quite wide. Nice bowl, sitting with three shots now.
Not tempted to change his hand. His first bowl was very good. His second one, it was just as green was all over the place. So now we've got that correction which he wants. Again, the green pretty good. With 3 down.
Oh dear. of those ends that feels like there's a huge amount of pressure on here. If Thomas doesn't draw the shot, you could almost say that the set will be Jason Borgs. Be 8 up with 2 to go.
I must say that chatting to Tom, he didn't seem the sort of person that could get totally anxious and uptight.
So he's 3 down here.
Yeah. Sounds like some driving going on in one of the other rinks. You hear the thud of the bowl against the ditch. This is a better line for him. Better weight for him. And a better bowl. That's really good.
That's a lovely effort.
Yeah. So
A
he
lovely
cut out
effort.
2 shots there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was down 3, concedes a single, and it's now 7-1 going into the final end of this first set. Or final end?
Penultimate end.
Penultimate end. You like that word, penultimate, don't you?
Yeah, anti-penultimate's even better, but I always forget to say it on the third to last end. So 6-shot lead here. Jason will be feeling pretty comfortable, I would say. He's been playing well in this set. Back himself to hold on. If he can't be beaten, they still have to play the last end, because when they do the count backs, it's first and second and third, etc. in the section. So you have to play out the full game, even if you can't win. Of course, with the 6-shot lead, if Jason even drops 1 shot here, he's won the set.
So there are 30 nations represented at these Champion of Champions. The, Australia here, of course, and Canada, 2 of the stronger nations. At the Cook Islands, Cyprus, Falkland Islands, Hungary, Spain, Sri Lanka, Norfolk Island, Niue, Malta we see here, Namibia, Macau, China, Thailand, Turkey. So just some of those 30 nations. And some you probably tend to see only in sort of event, World Champion of Champions. Although some of these competitors do travel around a fair bit playing in major competitions. He's got a good sense of humour. He had a good sense of humour when I said to him, he said, I came from up north. I said, I was in Darwin recently doing the Garn train trip. And he said, I'd love to do that. He said, but I'm 6'100. And he said, and getting into those tiny cabins and sleeping on the bunk beds and that, he said, just doesn't do it for me.
Fair enough.
Nice pick up of the jack and carting it back.
Yeah, playing good bowls in this match.
They both look nice and relaxed, these guys.
I wonder if it's interesting when they're asking the markers these questions, and I heard Jason ask before, how far high is my bowl? Or is my bowl high? The terminology is different in New Zealand to the rest of the world as well, and I hope that the players are aware of that, because when you talk about a jack high bowl in New Zealand, we're talking about a bowl that is past the head, because it's high of the jack.
Yep.
And then we have a jack level bowl in New Zealand and a jack low bowl. In Australia, often jack high means jack level, John.
Yes.
So I hope that there's no translation difficulties with the players and the markers here at this World Champion of Champions. Why would you keep it a consistent
That's right.
term all around the world when you could hopelessly confuse everybody?
He's just not quite having that luck. So he's 1 down here.
Perfect speed.
The track looks pretty good.
That's an exceptional lawn bowl.
Yep, that's good. So 2 touches he has there.
Beautiful bowl. He's in great touch. Jason Borg, it's hard to see how he's found himself in this position of having lost his first 3 matches, John, because he's playing some great bowls. Maybe a story of what a difference a day makes.
Absolutely right. Yesterday was for many a case of adapting to the conditions.
Oh, he's played with...
Gee, that's pretty damn good.
Oh, good bowl.
Yeah,
Good
very
shot.
good. I think you might find there's a toucher went back, but did it go?
So the jack's been murdered and spotted on the 2 metre mark, and that'll be 1 to Thomas Schneider.
Yeah, it is too. Very accurate.
What a shot. Unbelievable. Look at this, John. And bye-bye.
Cool. Good stuff.
Incredible. He'll be pleased with that. Sometimes it's nice to get your shoulders loosened up a little bit. He's had a frustrating game. Hasn't played as well as he would have liked to, and the set's gone. He's 5 down last end of the first set. They have to play it out. But nice sometimes to loosen up, and he was very successful with that shot. I wonder if we'll see maybe the big guns come out in set 2.
It's a pretty good weight coming down here from the Swiss bowler. Having a chat down the far end after he's delivered that. It's quite good in the background, and alongside you can see the shirts of some of the other nations. You see Cyprus playing Fiji in a men's match. Cyprus with their yellow and green jerseys. Shirts, sorry, not jerseys. Cook Islands in the background there as well.
Good bowl. So this is essentially for all intents and purposes, this is a meaningless end, John. So you've got to find meaning from it as a player, because
Yes.
the set's been won. So they'll be looking for different things. Sometimes you see this being the end because it's an end where the set's gone, where one player might try quite like an exhibition type shot. You might think, oh, see if I can chip off a bowl or drive off something. Other times it's about trying to maintain that intensity. We've seen Jason play really well in this set, and I suppose he'll be wanting to try hold on to that feeling.
Yes, the old adage, you don't waste any bowl. Just hasn't quite massaged his line well enough here. Some of the players were saying, there's a track. We had a track, a nice little, half-metre track that if you got into that, you were going to end up near. If you went outside of that, it might not come in ever,
Yeah, that's a good example there.
Yeah.
So close, but so far.
A couple of shots there.
Two indicated.
So now he just moves to the other hand. He'd played all his shots down on the forehand. He moves to this hand and looks to have a tidy line here too to maybe score a third. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good bowling. Very classy stuff from the Maltese representative. And it'll be a 3 on that 7th end, and he wins that set 10 shots to 2. But such is the format that we're playing here for this event that we're starting from scratch, John, and set 2 begins.
We're into the 5th round of play. Not all players are playing their 5th games, of course. Some yesterday only played 1 match out of 3 rounds. But we're into the 5th round. And important from here on, really, that wins are scored to make sure that you're still in contention to qualify for post-section. It's Malta against Switzerland playing here. We had a match. Our first one today was a women's match featuring the defending champion, Anne Nunes of the USA. And she had a really tight battle with Farah Ain of Malaysia. That was really seesaw, and why we say, winning the first set is great. That was an obvious example too of how when you start the second set, it's a totally new game. Things can change dramatically. So 10-2, the first set goes the way of Jason Borg, and he gets first bowl, and he's urging it, but funnily enough, the bowls don't respond to urging. Schneider quickly into his work, picking the green, coming down on that open hand.
Well, neither really within Kui there, John. Jason will be looking for a correction.
Certainly he won't be consciously switching off, because 10-2 is quite a sizable score, and he'll be delighted with that, so he's intent on not letting this go to a tiebreaker.
That's a good way to start. What a shot.
Forces his opponent onto the forehand.
Well, this is in the area too from the Swiss representative.
Yeah. Half a metre more and you've got the jack.
Oh, he's done it.
Yeah, he has. Delightful touch.
Really nice shot, and it'll look extremely inviting for Thomas Borg to attack this. Not quite as attacking as I thought he might be, but this is very close.
Might be very effective unless it finds the hole. It does. Oh. Gosh. Yeah, you could feel a bit hard done by there, Jason.
He's unlucky there. A picture tells.
Yes.
1,000 whatevers.
Yep. I think that was a quote from the Maltese Falcon.
Possibly. Exactly like that too. It just trailed off at the end.
Not a bad call there. But you can't... Jack was moved slightly across, so slightly covered now by the shot bowl. He's looking to say, was there a hole there?
I think we'll see aggression again.
Yeah. And just a bit hard to tell, but I think that blue ball, the second shot, which is Borg's, is slightly jack low.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So that's usable, isn't it? So what I'm meaning is a little edge there coming in from his forehand. Could flick the jack, flick it across to the jack, and if he hits the shot bowl itself, it'll bounce back his way. Just a bit wide and a bit heavy, maybe. Yep.
They're just passing through.
Yeah, come on, Thomas, play the same hand. Go that forehand. You played it really well with your last one. Build your confidence. Sit on that shot bowl. Grab a couple. Start off in a hot way in this second set.
On the forehand.
Yep.
Yep. Well, that's the first part of what you suggested, John.
Yes.
He's let it go nicely. How far are you coming back in is the question.
Just needed to be under that.
Just drifting past. You see they're all the way back. So 1 to the Swiss representative on this first end. Let's just watch what the so close but so far meant to Jason Borg when he played a near perfect bowl. Look at the emotion on his face here. I've got it, he thinks.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh.
And no. What a cruel game we play, John.
Yes.
One anyway.
Mid-length jack comes down from Tom Schneider, who lost that first set 10-2. And as Alex mentioned, he did take a set off Lee Schreiner, the Australian, who goes into this as one of the favourites. Eh?
No mean feat. Lee's almost, I think, just about the standout favourite because he's won this event before.
Yep.
And he's been here, did we say 4 times previously? Always got to the pointy end of the competition.
Yeah.
And had a set taken off him by this man. So not to be taken lightly, and that's a nice shot. Working his way back into this game. Beauty of the set format is you forget about the first set now. It's gone. He's not looking thrilled with that, John. And that's why the bowl coming back in bounds, but certainly never looked like it was going to be close.
Oh, it's a big wide here from Schreiner, Schneider as well.
And Schreiner, wherever he is.
Yeah. Whoa.
Interesting.
I mean, how frustrated will Tom be after that? Because he's got that one that's relatively close. He's got the shot. He's seen his opponent put one out wide and look despondent, and now again. So this is where the Swiss player needs to really be pushing home the advantage. Swift movement there from...
Hey, it was Aiden Takadua.
Oh,
Who else would it have been?
yeah, smacking it. Righto. Bring that line in. Your weight was really good. Here we go. Looking to make it 2. Hanging. Now you want the weight to be ideal. And is it or is it not? Well, it's a handy bowl anyway. Can he expect Jason Borg to play 3 ordinary bowls? It comes out of his hand in a better line, a tighter line than what he had. Borg's responded well here. Ooh.
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh.
CEO of Bowls New Zealand has just walked into the building, John. You could feel the mood shift.
Yeah, everyone sat up.
They didn't stand up out of their seats when he walked in, but
See what Kath Thompson indicates if she does. No. There she goes. She's not indicating, or is she?
if you
Come on.
if I put my house on it, maybe the yellow bowl, I think, is the shot there.
I'll put my... You wouldn't put your house on it, did you say? Or I'll put my house on it?
Well, if I had to put the house,
Oh, okay.
if
You'd
my
go yellow.
and it's certainly a hypothetical house that we're talking. Although that looks like, I don't know, John. I've got no idea, to be honest.
No, well, I think the shot that he played indicates that maybe he...
He's down.
Oh, no, he might have been just trying to whip round and get onto the blue and give himself 3, which would have been a great shot to just get around the what we believe is the shot bowl.
Does he look like a man who's holding the shot? Yes, he does. Yep. Indicated one there. Thank you to the marker. So holding 1.
And Borg goes back now. Just a fine correction for him. Move the jack slightly for 2 or snare the shot. Let's see what he can do with his third. His first 2 had him grimacing and turning his back. His second one was much better. His third might even be better. Oh, no. Oh, there he goes. He's very energetic on the mat and gives a fair bit away with his antics. And it is a single. We'll just wait for Jason Borg to come down, and he says one down. So that's good. They both gauged what it was when they were down at the head. Confirm it through the umpire. The red lollipop goes up, and it's Schneider now at 2-0.
Incredible what a difference a set system makes. We'll just, in a moment, just watch that reaction again. We could get a pretty good supercut of reactions from Jason Borg. Watch this. Have I got it?
Stop.
He's gone. He's gone. Oh, fantastic. It's actually nice as a spectator, isn't it, John? Because they players like Jason Borg, who wear their heart on their sleeve, make it very clear. Sometimes when you're at a funny angle in the stands, you might go, "Oh, I'm not sure if he's got the shot there. I'm not sure if that worked," but you can certainly tell.
Yeah. Whee, whistling past. Might not stop in time.
Into the drink. And this is an opportunity here for Jason to place a bowl close, and he'll be hoping for what was normal service in the first set to resume.
Well, I think it might not quite reach the ditch, but it's not far off it. Yeah. I mean, he's holding the shot. Just a wee bounce as he lets it go. Considering he's a curler, as they say down Central Otago Way, Naseby, where they've got the wonderful curling rink there. He's a curler, like all the Swiss bowlers are, and they play bowls in the off curling season. Good correction here from Borg.
This is outstanding. That's a beautiful bowl, and he'll be thinking to himself, right, I'm back. We're okay.
He's thinking, why wasn't the first one there? Borg, interestingly, watching him, he's just looking down at the ground. Right, one in the middle there somewhere, Tom, that'll be the story. You've got one short, one long, one on the bank.
Not far away here, John. Yeah, this is two really good bowls in a row from from Jason Borg. Literally identical bowls, the two touches. You'll be very pleased with that. And that short bowl of Tom's is right in the way, isn't it? Well, if you're going to drive.
Well, you witnessed the Swiss previously play a delightful drive or run shot, accurately taking out the shot, and he would have been having a go at that, except that his second bowl, that one was, is right in his line, so forces him really to abandon all thoughts of an aggressive shot. Oh, why would you play an aggressive shot when you've got this coming up for you?
He's close. Oh, no cigar.
Gee. And it's his turn to show a bit of emotion, flapping the arms as if to say, there is no justice.
It'd make more sense to flap your arms if you're the Maltese Falcon, wouldn't it? See if you can take off. Sat there absolutely exasperated, thinking I've done some work to be 2-0 up after 2. And it's all about to be undone in one cruel end. Oh, let's pick the mat up, and he's placed it on the bank. This is close, John, for 3.
Yeah, I think so.
Well played. That's a nice end from Jason Borg from Malta. And the score now 3-2, and we're on the 4th end of 7. Wonderful marker there indicating the 3 with the lollipops.
Well, frustration. I've still got the grace to laugh about it with the two of them. Not the first time they've met. I don't know whether they've played each other in competition, but they have bumped into each other at various championships, and they've certainly met each other here socially. It's a great thing about this competition too, is that with support people here, everyone seems to have a supporter of some sort, whether it's family or a mate who's coaching. There's good opportunities to mix and mingle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reflection of our sport, I think. Well, all sport, to be fair.
Yep.
That yes, it's about the competition, and it's about the bowls on the green, but just as much as that as it also is about the community around it.
That's right. The conversation isn't always about bowls.
Not always.
No.
Not always.
Gosh, no.
Nice thing to fall back to, and if you know any bowlers, if the viewers know any bowlers, dinner is often consists of salt and pepper shakers being used to help explain ahead. But yeah, the conversation has been wide and varied, and such a diverse group of backgrounds as we see. An absolute stonker, I thought. Well, quite a good bowl from Thomas Schneider. Jason Borg now. This is okay. Down to the weight. Well played.
Yep, they're running on quite well, aren't they? Be interesting to know what speed they're running at now.
I'll wait till they go 2 to 2 metre, and
Yeah.
I'll get my stopwatch and we'll find out, John. But it would be about 17 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see this broadcast screen get quicker and quicker as the week goes on.
Nice correction here.
That's outstanding. Lovely
Yeah,
bowl.
very good. That should give him the shot.
Yes, you're one down. I go 2.5 metres.
So he's just confirmed he's 1 down, and he's making a decision as to what shot to play. What would you do here, John?
Initially, I would have played the other hand, but then I see that yellow ball tucked in behind, so any movement of the jack would have brought it back to my opponent. So I think what he's doing here is pretty much the right thing, isn't it? And we'll find that out in a moment, because it's going to be the shot.
Oh,
No, not quite. Or is it?
An outstanding effort, I
Yeah.
think. Still 1 to the Swiss player, but a very lonely one as he marches after his bowl, and Jason's going to come down for a look too.
And he just has to be careful here. If he moves the jack at all, that'll be pretty good. But if he moves it too far, he could go down.
The yellow bowls are gone, John.
Yeah.
You'd be smacking something out of them.
Yep. He just wanted it to avoid his own bowl.
I think it's a hit required. You look at this essentially from the player's point of view, and it just looks so inviting, those 2 yellow bowls. Even if you were to somehow go 1 down somewhere else, John, surely it's worth the hit here from Jason Borg. I can't really see it going that awry.
Well, I mean, it depends here, I suppose. He can still play
You'd have to
down the right-hand side as we view it and turn his own over, or he settles into those shot bowls. Oh, he's playing that, the backhand. So here he goes. Options here: turn his own over or sit into the yellow.
Very controlled decision.
Yeah. Oh, he might even draw it round the back of his own. No.
I suppose if you're only 1 down, I can understand why you might try and draw that. It just did look like you might as well have flashing lights on those 2 yellow bowls of the Swiss representatives.
Taking into account too that his opponent has got a bowl to
Has
play.
got a bowl to go, so, you know, there's probably a world where Jason missed his bowl or accidentally got rid of somehow the two blues disappear and suddenly you drop a 4 out of nowhere, so...
I think the marker was holding up a blue lollipop, so...
Ah. Well, then I take back everything I've said in the last couple of minutes.
Sure. But anyway, this is a good line for him. Inside those yellows, not going to quite do it.
So let's see what the story actually is here then, John. It may... Oh, no. Wonder you, mate, he says.
Right. Okay, so that makes it tight. That makes it 3-all.
And we're on the 5th end of 7. Interesting. Finals day for those who are interested is on Saturday here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. There will be 4 rounds on that day, John, going from 9 o'clock all the way through. Well worth coming down to the club for a look.
Schneider opts for a shortish end.
Quite enjoyed how expressive both of these players are.
Players who love their bowls, there's no doubt about that. They're getting competitive as hell, but really enjoying it and mixing with each other, you know, like talking to each other a lot, which is good.
We watched, and we'll show it just after this bowl's finished. Schneider was very clear about what he thought was wrong with his first bowl. What do you think he's saying here, John? Give it a second.
Yeah.
Push! We try not to repeat the dose, and here we go on the backhand.
So we'll see if he took notice of what he was urging himself to do. So he has. He's put on a couple of meters. A little bit too much, but a much better position than his first one.
Beautiful line.
Two of the minor nations competing in the Champion of Champions, which is part of what world bowls are looking at, and that is to expand the game with a view to eventually hoping it'll be an Olympic sport. Certainly. Here we go. This is Jack. Perfect.
Oh, he's nailed it. Killed it out the side, and I think that there's actually, we've seen him 2 out of 2 with those shots. There's real merit to...
Yep, so it's a toucher in the ditch, which may well be the shot because the Jack was quite short, and he's got the back bowl as well.
Great bowl. I think if he does talk to his coach, perhaps the chat is, if you see a shot like that, you should play it, Tom, because he's been playing them very well. This bowl not wanting to turn back in, just stayed in camera shot level, holding one.
Do you think there is that touch on the ditch? So it's whether, but that went out to the side very quickly into his play. There's Tom Schneider, and he's played a beaut here. This is going to give him the shot.
That is
Another toucher for him.
I mean, how good is that, John?
That's great.
He's played a drive shot, and then he's immediately gone, hey, back to the draw. I'll just draw a toucher on the 2 metre mark as if that's an easy thing to do. What an exceptional end from Tom Schneider here. And now looking comfortable to score at least a 1.
So Borg goes back to play the last bowl on this end. see his feet down there pointing towards his left. Therefore, playing the backhand. A good try from the Maltese Falcon player, and it's a single there to the yellow bowl of Thomas Schneider of Switzerland.
Look at this. Full-blooded drive and the reaction. Well, not much of a reaction. He's just, seems like that was just a
everyday occurrence.
everyday occurrence. I think for me the more impressive bowl, John, was to draw the front toucher on the 2 metre mark directly after you've played a full-blooded drive. Great stuff.
Exciting. So I mentioned 2 of the smaller nations here, and we'll look at some of those others. The Cook Islands and Cyprus. We've got also Norfolk Island, outstanding player there, Shea Wilson, who had a win this morning. Niue of here, Fiji, Falkland Islands. We've got Hungary, not a small nation, but certainly small from a bowling point of view. The Spanish are here through very Spanish name of Richard Willie. Sweden's Pontus Palmqvist, who has lived in Sydney for 25 years or so, but still very much sounds Swedish.
And 4-3 on the penultimate end.
And you put it in the ditch.
Be very disappointed. He's just got a... Tom's just had a sniff, hasn't he, of that forcing that tide rate.
Hauls up nicely. So first blood on this, the 6th end to Jason Borg.
So Tom here, he took up bowls in 2010, won the Swiss Championship Pairs in 2013. Favourite food is a beefsteak tartar. It's fair enough.
Just needed the effects of a bit of beef for that second bowl of his, because he's now going to find himself a couple down.
I did time a bowl on the last end, John.
Yep.
I can report that it's 17.7 seconds.
Gee. Oh, tight line here. Doesn't want to get tied up on his own. Ooh, gee.
Disappointed. He's given himself such a good opportunity. It's like you're almost thrown it away, John.
Yeah. You've got 1 on the bank and 2 quite short. 1 bowl to play, and you could all of a sudden be 2 down, looking at 3 down, and you've clawed your way into this, kept in touch. You're up by 4-3. Oh, look at that! You're 3 down.
Oh, I think he's 3 down here, and he's. You know, you don't take sides in commentary, but it would be nice to see his work rewarded with a chance in that last end, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if Tom's played some great bowls in this set to put himself in this position, if he is to drop a 4 by just spraying 4 bowls, he'll be very disappointed. So this is the last chance.
What does he look? What is he saying on his face? Tell us what you're saying. Oh, you've gone very wide. Now, can you come in from out there, Tom? Can you? Can you come in and cut this down? You can come in and cut this down. You can come in and draw the shot.
Oh, what a bowl.
Whew. I think he's just exhaled now for the first time.
I think Jason going, how many seconds do I have? Because it may be easier just to try and get rid of that shot bowl. That's huge pressure that Tom has just responded to.
Yeah, but he's not out of it yet. Up steps the lanky Jason Borg from Mackay in Queensland, Australia, representing Malta. Oh, he's hunting it too. He's hunting it. Oh, and he's not happy. You've seen that reaction. That's gone whistling Dixie down the far side, and it is a shot there after being 3 down. Thomas Schneider gets in for the shot. Just waiting for it to be confirmed from his opponent. Yep, 1 red lollipop. It's 5-3.
And this is the bowl that did it from Tom Schneider after playing 3 very forgettable bowls. He drew himself together. And this man tried to remove it. You could just see there on the release.
Yep.
The frustration, John.
No ability to lip read required for that one. So we're getting into a tense situation. We're playing the last end of the second set. The roles are reversed. Borg of Malta won the first by 10-2. He scored 2 threes and a 2 to get to his 10, plus of course a couple of singles. So he won all but 2 of the ends, 10-2, quite convincing.
It's interesting because the traditional game would be a game that was 13 shots to 7, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But with this format, we see a fresh start in that second set and a real possibility of a 3-end tiebreak.
It's a better opener from Schneider. As Borg said, my height is a disadvantage on really fast greens. You know, he said, my big long arms, my pendulum is, you know, massive, so to try and sort of keep the weight down is quite difficult.
Very smooth delivery there on the backhand. Results, of course, are available on the World Bowls Match Centre. The best way, the easiest way to get to those is to access social media, John. If you go to the World Bowls Facebook page or the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, there's about 20 results links. Failing that, if you Google World Bowls or Bowls New Zealand, both of the websites have that World Bowls Match Centre link there, and that has every single game that is being played, and a very convenient like a, what do you call it, a cut line in golf. So if you ever look at the sections, you can click ladder and it'll tell you who's doing the best in the section, which is extremely helpful.
Well, he's completed part of the task. Oh gosh.
Oh, it's a poor bowl.
That's a tense one, isn't it?
You almost want to...
I'm in a situation where if I just score 1 even or give away 1, that's fine. I'm into a tiebreaker, and then I throw down my worst bowl of the day. On the other hand, Borg needs to get 2 and therefore win the set.
He could get very lucky here. That's a great result. He's holding the 2. It's what he needs to hold, John.
So the match is in his grasp.
And for Tom, that yellow bowl of his that is sitting very short at 2 o'clock, almost directly in the line for the forehand shot. But you don't want to change. So decisions here, I mean, it may sound silly, but he's been 2 out of 2 on the drive. Do you just drive bowl, jack or bowl? This is what you see from the player's end. If you get the jack in the ditch, he probably will have would have won the set. Even if he gets rid of one of the blues, at least then you're making Jason play a bowl.
You're right. And that's a target. When you look at it from there, he's got 2 yellow bowls and the jack as his target. He's run the shots extremely effectively.
Yeah, I think if you or I were the coach, which we're not because we're not good enough to be coaches, we just get put behind a microphone, maybe we would suggest a drive shot on the forehand here.
Oh, I'm not sure. I get the feeling that he might try to draw it on the backhand. No,
I'm not
no.
convinced.
No.
He's 2 out of 2 on the full-bladed drive.
Yeah.
Under
And
pressure
he just
too.
needs to get rid of one, doesn't he?
Get rid of one,
That's
you
all.
put someone
Yeah.
under pressure, you know,
Yeah.
there's a chance.
Jason Borg, in the meantime, standing looking nonchalantly away from the area. Here it is. This is forehand. He's going for it. There we are. What does he hit?
Look at this.
Any of that stuff?
Look at this.
Any of that stuff?
Oh!
None of that stuff.
Oh, how
Wow.
did he miss? How did he find the gap? Oh, that's got to be
Yeah.
absolutely gutting.
So
What
they'll
a-
shake hands
oh.
now, and it is Jason Borg who will be breathing a big sigh of relief, because that drive from Thomas Schneider found a minuscule gap.
Where was the gap, John?
He went between jack and right-hand bowl, I think, didn't he?
That's absolutely...
Which is a big gap there, but when you're looking at it from the mat,
I got to say, I feel for Thomas Schneider. He's done so much work to get himself back into this game, and it's just slipped out of his grasp.
yeah,
Just slipped out. But that's bowls.
I think he'd be feel better for that than if he'd put up one like,
Look at
here
this.
we go, where was it? Than
Honestly.
if he'd put one up that was short or long or something, trying to draw it and missed. Yeah,
That's all you can do.
well,
Oh, he's just put a divot in the green. Oh, imagine if you hit that bump.
so a couple out, maybe three, but
Doesn't matter. That's going to
No.
be. It's going to be it.
yeah, I think the third is his own. So he managed to draw a third here, I think. So no matter, it is the win for Jason Borg of Malta. He has beaten Thomas Schneider of Switzerland. Then a bit of a cliffhanger in that second set after Borg had comfortably won the first 10-2 and was trailing by 5-3 playing the last. He's got up and at least drawn. We'll just see in a moment whether he's in fact won this second set. No matter whether it was a draw second set or he's won it, he has won the match. So first victory of the event for the Maltese Falcon player Jason Borg. We'll be back with another match a little bit later on. More live coverage coming from the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles. So 3.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles. We are here broadcasting live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and it is round 3, day 2. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by John Macbeth. And John, can you talk us through the game that we're about to see?
Well, we're going to see a couple of the impressive women involved in this World Champion of Champions competition. We've got a youngster whose name is Gloria Ha, representing Hong Kong, China. She's 22 years of age. She has made a big impact since the age of 14 when she first burst onto the international scene. So she's using those white bowls, and up against her is Nayanmoni Saikia. This is her, Saikia from India, who some people might recognise from her gold medal winning performance in the fours at the last Commonwealth Games. So two high-class women taking part in this match, which as usual is a best of 2 sets of 7 ends, and then if required there'll be a tiebreaker maximum of 3. So the players have had 2 trial ends, and in those trial ends there were several bowls that went into the ditch. They were bowling to a 2-metre jack, and I think we've since the lunch break heard that the green is running at about 18 seconds, so pretty slick.
And it'll gradually speed up as this game goes on, and as the week goes on too. It's a lovely correction there. What a story it was, John, at the previous Commonwealth Games when the Indian women's 4 took that gold medal. 12 years, what year was it? 18 years. No, what year? How many years after the Delhi Games? In 2010,
that's right,
when
2010,
India first started.
10, 12, 10, 22 years, was it?
No,
No.
it must be 12.
12.
I was
12,
right.
yeah.
So I was right originally,
12 years,
and
yeah.
have then fallen apart. But a huge story. You know, it's a country that had no lawn bowls of any description before the 2010 Games in Delhi, and to go from having nothing to being a Commonwealth Games gold-winning sport for your country is quite something. And
some people who were in Delhi for those games might say that even at the games India had nothing, because it was a fairly difficult green that was provided, or greens that were provided. I remember World Bowls at the time, I think Kerry Clark from New Zealand went over to India to find out what sort of facilities there were going to be for bowls, and there was absolutely nothing, and it was a bit of a rush job to get something up and running. But what it did was the case with Malaysia a few years earlier. It did capture the imagination of quite a few young Indians, and one of whom is Saikia, who's now mid-30s and has been playing for a few years. Prefers the team event. She said, I don't like singles so much, but pairs and fours is good for me.
Has had a good run. Both of these players have won more games than they've lost so far in this event. So we see this bowl here just drifting past and into the ditch.
Well, it's a good way to start if you're playing with white bowls. Gloria Ha carries the mat down, picks up the jack, and it's 2 or 3.
3 it was there on the first end to Gloria. A good way to start this match. 2 sets of 7 ends, of course.
Gloria was had a really good World Championships 2 years ago, 2023, when she qualified unbeaten, top of her section, and then was beaten in the quarterfinals by Kelly McKerahan who went on to play the final against the eventual winner, Taylor Bruce. So she's played against the best, and she is one of the best.
She's sitting currently 4th in that section, Section 2. She's won 2 games and lost 1. And there are 3 players that are unbeaten in this section. They are the Cook Islander and then the Australian Alani McGorman, who we saw in the first game, John.
Yep.
And topping the section, we have the Indian representative.
Oh.
With 3 wins. She's had 3 wins, 6 sets won, 54 shots for, 19 against. So the form player in this section.
Using Dreamline bowls. So 3 Commonwealth Games she's been to, the Indian player.
Very smooth delivery from Gloria here.
She was only 14 when she represented Hong Kong at the World Champs in Christchurch in 2016.
14.
Mm.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Be up there with Kelsey Cotterill, who was a teenager when she went to the World Championships in 2008 at the Burnside Bowling Club, John.
Yes.
And this is a poor bowl from Nyan. Easy just to lose the bowls, isn't it?
Yeah. She's Steve Sargent getting ready to pull out another white, red sticker, I think, is he? No, not quite. No, he holds it at 2. I think there's the 3 greens here, and they're all a little bit different in speed.
That's a lovely bowl.
Yeah. So Kia is she needed to make some alterations there, and she did so. Good adjustment. If she's unbeaten so far in the tournament, she must be making those adjustments pretty early in those other games.
If this has got the right weight, this is an exceptional shot here. That's a beautiful bowl, John.
Yep.
Holding 2.
So Kia, backhand, trying to salvage the situation, which sees her already 3-0 down and 2 down on the head. She might save it.
Oh, lovely try.
Yeah.
May have done enough to cut it down.
Yeah, I think so. So probably 1. Marker will wait until they confirm, and then he'll indicate to us what the story is.
Looks like at least a 1 there. One and a half, maybe.
One
it is.
So I think a little bit later on we're going to have Selena Goddard come in and chat.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
She apparently has a dentist appointment.
Oh, so she'll get here but not be able to talk.
Who knows? Maybe that's what people hope happens with us, John. I haven't had a... Well, actually, I had a dentist appointment not that long ago. I had a tooth removed. It was amazing how much difference it makes once the thing that you think is going to explode is no longer in your mouth.
measure tucked into the back of her trousers. They end up in all sorts of positions, don't they? In the back of the cap,
Often
sleeve,
the
the
back
shoelaces.
back of the cap seems to be a popular one.
Yeah. Oh, she's just kept it on.
Stayed on. For the difference. Very smooth delivery.
Pretty much where the jack went.
Never looked like stopping that bolt.
No.
Suppose for the players, they think, oh, it's right on the 2 metre mark, so I have to give it a little bit of a push, but the green's so quick that that little bit of a push is enough to send it thundering into the ditch.
Looking slightly bemused with it all as she now sends one whistling down towards the ditch as well. Not quite getting that far, but still nearly 2 metres over. Get these first 3 or 4 ends in, and you would think they're starting to get the measure of the weight required. But it hasn't always been the case, as we've seen so far in these games.
Good line.
She's got quite a big backswing, hasn't she? I think Saikia.
Yeah, it can be hard to
just
adjust.
Yeah. So we'll watch the difference here with Gloria Ha from Hong Kong, China.
It's a very controlled backswing.
Yes. This gets round her short one, it'll be okay. It doesn't.
Wasn't very happy with that.
Just watch now. Saikia with her backswing. Yeah, goes quite a way back. But that's the way she plays, so she's able to manipulate her. Oh, wow. Manipulate her weight control quite well with that particular delivery. I think that might not have come in from the rink edge. Oh no, it's well
it's
in.
in.
Yeah.
Well, it's more because we have very wide rinks at this World Champion of Champions singles. World Bowls regulations. So I think each green's only holding 6 or 7 rinks, whereas domestically we would expect them to hold 8, John.
Yep.
That's a lovely bowl. What a shot. Beautiful.
So presumably that's 3.
I would say so. And should really only be the one after this bowl. Clears the front. Half a chance.
She's into the ditch.
That's poor. You can just see the frustration. Wanders up and
Oh, she's might be 4. Oh, where'd that one come from? So that wing bowl, was it?
That wing bowl must have been level with the jack. That's not one of the tighter heads
Surely.
we've seen, John, but one shot to Gloria, and the score now 5-0 after 3. And utterly bizarre end of bowls that we just witnessed.
I'm totally confused by that one. So that big wide one that finished practically about half a metre inside the rink marker was the second shot. Gee.
Must have been level enough with the jack to cut out the short bowls. Here we go, taking her time. The Commonwealth Games gold medalist.
In vastly different conditions.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 10-second greens.
Yeah, and here you're talking 18. But no matter what, you're a world-class player.
This
you
is
adjust.
better. That's a lovely bowl.
She's thought this through. So let's see if that stays with her. Gloria picked up a single on the last, and the bowls were just nowhere near the jack. Hers was just the closest of a lot of faraway bowls. Second shot, holding one at the moment, but down by 5-0 on the board. That looks very tight.
It's so frustrating as a bowler when your first bowl is within 8 inches of the jack and you think to yourself, all I need to do is whatever I've just done, and you think you've done it and it ends up not there. You just go, why?
For some of us, though, it's a matter of remembering what we did last time.
That's the first challenge.
Yeah. Oh, this is better. Gloria's going to just pop that shot bowl out.
Oh, beautiful effort.
Not quite. But, good result for her. It's exposed the jack a little bit. She's got 3 seconds probably. Saikia looking to add to her tally there. Looks like a nice green.
Close if it slows down. Whoop. Good green. Potentially the right weight. I think it is.
This is the last bowl for Gloria Han of Hong Kong, China. Now in danger of dropping a 3. So if that jack moves fractionally from this bowl by Saikia, Moni Saikia of India, then she could just get back into this game.
A real opportunity here, John, to make it 3, and it could be 3-5. This is close if it holds on just a smidgen. Well played. That's a nice shot.
Yep, so definitely 2. Will it be 3? If it's a 3, that really gets this match back into action, because at 5-0 down, it wasn't looking great for the Indian.
3 it is. Out of nowhere. Right back into this game. Fickle sport. It's all about timing, John. You know, if you think about some of the ends that we've seen so far are not the standard that she would have expected of herself, but she's pulled something out of the bag there, played 3 nice shots, got a 3, only trailing by 2 now on the 5th end.
That's sort of a medium to long length.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe medium-ish.
Yeah. That's a good view. See both greens here in front of the Browns Bay club rooms are in action, and then a third, or green C as it's called, is apparently the quickest of the lot. So if it's quicker than 18 seconds, it's quick, isn't it? That's
yeah.
Oh, nice opener. That's very good. Well, really concentrating here. Part of the deal is to put into your computer, your brain, every bowl that you've sent away and try and gather all that information together by the time it really matters. So it's better to be dropping a few shots early on than it is to be late. And both of these players have played enough to know that it's not lost in the early stages.
Well, they've all won their national championships, and we saw it yesterday when Lewis King from England played, and he had a good first set and an extremely forgettable second set standard-wise. He was just all over the place, couldn't find his weight or his green, but it got to that tiebreaker when it mattered, and the champions, as these all are, they find a way, and we saw that standard lift, and good bowls played by both players in that 3-end tiebreak.
I think King won with his last bowl of a tiebreak this morning.
Just, you find a way, John.
Yeah. Searching for that shot bowl and getting it.
Good bowl.
So tip that out, and you see the difference. That sort of shot can make. It can take you from being 1 down to 2 up quite easily, can't it, with that sort of shot? So it's imagining the outcome, delivering the bowl. It's a measure, is it? It's a measure.
Oh,
Well,
make a decision.
well, Steve Sargent is one of those who is very accurate, and if he thinks it's a measure, it's a measure. I only say that because I want to ride home from the airport tomorrow night.
Fair enough too.
Or Saturday night. This isn't bad either.
Little
Flick in.
Wrong half.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, there you go. And so what a change that is then. Being 1 down to possibly, potentially 2 up.
It was an unusual way to remove that bowl. She would have probably been visualising square or the inside half.
Yeah. We'll see a similar shot again here. Sit the shot bowl. Not quite.
Just drifting past the outside.
1 blue. That's what it is at the moment. So India hold the shot. She'll be playing her last bowl, and there is still 1 blue ball up there for Gloria Hahn to play.
3-5 down. End 5. Deep breath.
So yeah, players walking down in the background. That's Malaysia against Namibia.
That was a very smooth delivery there. This is close, John.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful, 2 beautiful bowls. Holding 2 now. Be intriguing to see the shot selection here.
I know, and you're looking at the 2 white balls at the bottom of your screen here. So if the gets even an edge off the shot bowl and the jack comes back, it could be potentially.
It's all good stuff.
Yeah, so options here for Gloria Ha.
The decision is what weight do you want to play it with. You've got 2 third shots, a white bowl at 12 and a white bowl at 4, so it's reasonably safe because what are the chances of removing both of the white bowls? Low.
Last bowl of this, the 5th end, and it's 5-3. Gloria Ha holding the match at the moment,
close.
but she's going to be close to
Very
flicking up that
close.
jack. Oh, it couldn't have gone worse. Well,
Would
it
you
could have.
believe it?
Yeah, it was almost the perfect bowl. Bringing that square back, she would have been probably 2 up. And instead of that, it remains the advantage to the blue bowl. And it's Nayanmoni Saikia of India, now just 1 behind at 5-4.
Staging the comeback very nicely. Struggled in the beginning, the first 2 or 3 ends of this game, Saikia. finding her way back into contention here and only trailing by 1. Remembering she tops the section at the moment, 3 out of 3 wins. Be looking to continue that winning way. Realistically, if we think if you get about 5 out of 7, that should be enough to qualify. So if Saikia was able to win this game, that puts her within 1 of essentially the qualifying mark, John.
Okay.
Taking her time on her backhand.
That's a sort of opening bowl you want. Something that's, if it's not dead on the jack, you're just over. Takes that pressure off already.
Oh, and into the ditch it goes. It's so frustrating as a player.
This looks better.
It's a wonderful shot from Saikia.
Expect Gloria to use that bowl. Quite a nice line from her. She needs to drop a weight from her previous one, which went in the ditch, and she's got the opportunity to tickle the jack here or sit on the shot bowl, or, as is the case, just slip under it, but a nice weight gives her encouragement for her next shot.
Decisions.
She's thinking about a change of hand here, is she? No, stay with that one. She's been playing it well.
I think that's the right choice.
Holding shots, so don't be narrow.
If she's got the weight, this is a beautiful track. Didn't quite have the running though. Maybe in the eye for Gloria.
I've often thought you should get marks for good track. Oh, that's a good track. Yeah, no, you take half a point.
That's where Curlers have the winning there.
Yeah, look at this, right inside the line. Is she? She is, so that's a beaut track. Whoa, that'll do it anyway. Not quite
she's been
up.
unlucky
so
there.
The speed was taken off by just grazing that blue bowl.
Literally half an inch wide.
Yeah. And change now.
Stalking down on the forehand. If it goes around that bowl, it may sit down.
It's a handy place anyway for the bowl that Gloria might play.
Interesting. The intriguing thing for Gloria, she's got no bowls at the back, but her white bowl at 12 sort of protects the jack, I think, John. So if she felt like it, she could still think about reaching through that blue bowl. Doesn't have to be huge weight, but the blue shot bowl, if it's removed even a smidgen, would be worth 2 white.
Well, she doesn't need to do much different to what she did with that first one. It got tied up on her short bowl out to the right. Not her short bowl, but that short bowl.
So So we expect to see her on her forehand again. Just not sure what speed.
That looks like speed coming.
Could get incredibly lucky here.
Oh, almost incredibly lucky. So a single there, and I think we're all tied up now. Not literally, but
I think you're right, John. So that means that must all be correct. So 5 apiece. 5 apiece, and we're on end 7 of 7. First set. Gloria opting to attack with her last bowl and had a near miraculous result off a wing bowl, but didn't. Look at this. Off that one. Oh, she was half a bowl away from removing the shot, John.
yeah, very good.
Oh.
Very, very close.
Rightio, here we go. Final end of this set. End 7. Jack has been delivered. Pretty much on the 2 metre mark.
Going through that whole pre-shot routine, hauling out all that information that she's put into the computer. Just didn't quite remember about the weight.
Yeah, it must be the challenge for these players because I was just about to comment what a lovely delivery she has. But I suppose the problem is if you play on such slow greens, when your delivery actually feels smooth out of your hand, you're going to be far too heavy. You need to almost change your delivery a little bit when you're coming down here.
Yeah, I suppose some might be trialling a shorter step or something, but you don't really want to get away from your normal rhythm, do you?
I know we practice a lot when we go up to the slow greens. But I suppose, to disagree with myself, if I think about someone like Peter Bellis, who's one of our best ever players, his delivery was the same, be it on an 8-second green or a 20-second green. Players like Mike Galloway are identical. I watched him play a Trans-Tasman at Mount Tamborine on a 9-second green. His delivery looked the same as it does at Howick on an 18-second green. So, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, John. What I do know is that it's 5 apiece. And this is the final end of the set.
And it's Gloria who's nailing the weight
Yeah, nice
on this
bowl.
end.
Having done a lot of work to get herself in this position. Wouldn't want to throw it away now.
No, she might just look at that jack coming through here, or hard luck. Hitting that square on, she would have stayed probably for shot, but at the moment she's 2 down. She's used up 3 of her bowls. So it's going to take a special bowl from Saikia of India to get this end and therefore the set.
I think with the jack on the 2 metre mark. Oh, that bowl's in a good space. She's got a decision to make, John. You're either trying to dead draw it or you're reaching through and hoping for the jack to slice to a good position. Often feels easier just to play with weight through. But if she feels like she can draw that, that'll be the shot that's more likely to stick, I think. What would you play?
Well, if I was any decent player, I'd smack that jack in the middle and put it into the ditch, and I've
Easy,
got 3.
yeah.
But risk and reward, or does she believe she can draw this
to save the set.
What she doesn't want is a half and half sort of shot. Not a mile
Close,
away from it.
and no cigar, just
Yeah,
passing
yeah.
through. And look where it comes to rest, right at the back of the rink. So she was playing a, we'd almost call it a rake, John,
Yep,
just
yep.
a fully extended drawer to rest the bowl or the jack, but on the wide side, and the set is going to go the way of Gloria, though Gloria's playing the bowl, so I suppose there's always a minute chance that some calamity may occur for
So it's that sort of points differential on that, isn't it? Too.
Yeah.
At the end of the competition,
counts on
points scored.
on a count back.
Yeah. She's certainly not going.
Not trying
Not
super
going to
duper
push.
hard there.
Give anyone any hope. That's about as safe as you can get. But it's 2 shots to Gloria Ha of Hong Kong, China. And she takes out the first set against Nayan Moni Saikia of India by 7-5. So it's a fresh game now. It's another 7 ends. Second set. If the winner of the first wins the second set or it's a draw, then that person will go through with a W beside their names. If the second set is won by the defeated first set person, then we go to a tiebreaker.
We've seen a lot of tiebreakers already in this event, and it will continue. Evenly matched competitors, John. I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it, that
Yeah.
we're going to see lots of sets go one way and then the other. This is a nice bowl. Well played.
Well, if you're a non-bowler and watching this, you would have seen the marker, the third person in this game, reach over and spray that bowl. He sprayed it because it had touched the white bowl, which is the jack, sometimes kitty. And the relevance of that is that if that particular bowl which has been marked ends up in the ditch at the back of the green, then it remains a live bowl. And they can be the most valuable bowl in a match sometimes.
Certainly can.
He's reaching for his spray again, I think. Not needed.
He tried.
Well, they've both got ideal weight, and on this particular end, it's the first of our second set.
This is a better end, John.
Yeah. That looks like about the most compact we've had so far.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we, in bowls, a shot is a shot. And it doesn't really matter how far away your shot is when it counts as the shot, John, because it's just a shot.
Yeah.
At the end of a game, if you win it 21-20, and you and I both play appalling bowls and can't get within metres of it, I've still won the game 21-20,
That's it.
and that's what
Yep.
people will remember
Yep.
when they're talking about it later. Maybe you'd beat me 21-20, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
More
that was a
believable.
shot.
Yeah.
Nice ball here.
Nice
We'll
shot.
make sure of it, so that's definite one.
We've got the New Zealand contingent, John. Tom Tyra, the coach of Aidan Takadua, who's in the middle, and Kerry Heffer on the right partner of Aiden. Aiden's had a good time so far. He's topping the section with Lee Schreiner, and we get to watch their game tomorrow morning. First up, Australia versus New Zealand.
Perfect. Tom Tairoa and Aiden were both members of the Aotearoa Māori team at the Oceania Challenge, which finished on Sunday.
Been a busy couple of weeks in their bowling calendars for sure, and look at this underneath the line.
Ooh. Could have got some luck out of that, but didn't. That's
real opportunity.
Yeah. So I see that Steve Sargent has 2 blue markers in his hand at the moment, so I presume he's shown that before. So 2, there goes Saikia, taking the mat back. Oh, not going to undo the good work.
Be careful, be careful. Oh,
gee.
Dearie me.
Did her best to give it away. So it might still be 2, or it could be 3.
Let's see here.
2.
2.
Saying 2. 1, 2, and if you want a third, you can measure it.
Oh, I'd be pretty confident that 2 is all it is. John? We'll find out soon enough. And that bowl should be in next year. There you go.
Yep.
So
didn't even stretch the tape out to its full extent. So a couple there. That's the first end. This is a 6th round match.
certainly
it features the women representatives from Hong Kong, China and India, with the Indian representative well known to bowls fans for her performance at the Commonwealth Games, where the Indian team won a very popular gold medal in the 4.
Just jubilant scenes, weren't they? I think one of the special moments from that Commonwealth Games to see 4 claim gold for their country. First ever Commonwealth Games gold medal for India.
And for Hong Kong, China, Gloria Ha, who was a silver medalist at the World Bowls Indoor Champs a couple of years ago, 2022, when she was just 20. And as I mentioned earlier, she first represented Hong Kong at the age of 14. Just another, and we're seeing it throughout this competition here, and with a lot of our coverage in New Zealand, we emphasise the fact that bowls is one of those sports that any age can play, and we've got, you know, players in their early 20s here, and we've got some players who probably can't remember their early 20s, but they're all competing against each other and intensely competing against each other.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The range of people who can play the sport. I think it's if you've got the time and the inclination, you can be good.
Yep.
We've had people like the Scotsman Willie Wood, who's one of the great figures of lawn bowls, and he actually, I think his last Commonwealth Games was the Delhi Games, wasn't it, in 2010. I believe he was in his 70s when he was selected to play for Scotland at that event, and Willie retired from international bowls. He wasn't dropped. He just decided to call it a day. He retired. I'm sure that if he'd had the inclination to keep playing and the effort that you have to put in, because these bowlers put hours and hours and hours of work into honing their craft. So
would
it's
have been
more
a brave selector to drop him.
Would have been riots.
Yeah.
But you can play for as long as you want. Really, it's just about the whether they feel like it's worth it to them to put the hours of work in that is required to play at that top level.
And Willie and a lot of those older Scottish players would be really frustrated that there's no Scottish representatives here at the World Champion of Champions singles. Perennial competitors here when you've got 30 countries and Scotland aren't here. So, but for various reasons, just looking down, we had Lorna Smith won. Oh yes, I remember 2014. Lorna Smith won this in Christchurch from Scotland. We had Darren Burnett. What an outstanding player he was for many years for Scotland. Won it in 2006, also in Christchurch. And Ian McLean, again in Christchurch, won it for Scotland in 2014. So both Lorna Smith and Ian McLean winning those titles for Scotland in the same championship.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's the ancestral home of bowls, really. That's why we play with the rules we do. Scotland took crown green bowls and fixed it. Gave us some, well, that's okay, I've just defended all the crown green bowlers. They took crown green bowls and made it a more regimented game, so you're not playing all over the place. So yeah, surprised not to see them at this event. Look at this, a bonus for 2 here from Gloria on the second end.
Ooh.
Oh no, it's a calamity. Oh.
I think she might be one down. I think she might have just seen the shot disappear.
That
finest of touches.
It's not good. You'd feel absolutely sick to your stomach watching that, because it was quite a well played bowl. She would have felt like there was a real chance, and she's given the shot away. I wonder if we can see what her reaction was to that. Very disappointing bowl.
That was, and the shot she played, I thought she was going to sit the blue. I really thought she was just going to reach through to the blue, not turn that, and she would have gained a 3. Here she is watching that shot now and thinking, oh, yeah.
I cannot believe I've just done that. As we see the jack delivered right to the 2 metre mark. And the set now 3-0.
The Indian player winning their first set 7-5. It was 5-all playing the last. Get that last end out of your mind. Now, you were fortunate and you know it. Just straight back into the future, not the past. And oh, that's a pretty ordinary start-up. Maybe she was still thinking about that. So leaving an opening there for Gloria Ha to bounce back from the disappointment of dropping the shot when she potentially was going to get a 3.
Well, both of these bowls should not be the shot by the end of the end, John. Well, they won't be. They won't be the shot, will they?
No.
He says with confidence.
Yeah.
And this is a much better line and a much better weight. It's a nice bowl. Yeah, well played. Lovely bowl.
Yeah, that's a nice correction after a couple of ordinary, in fact, all those 3 are all reasonably ordinary. The first, second shot from this player here was not bad, just over the jack, but now we've seen Gloria put one adjacent to the jack and
needs it to hold on for dear life. It's a good weight, beautiful weight, and for second.
had a yarn to Tom Schneider of Switzerland after he'd been beaten by Jason Borg of Malta in our previous televised game, and I just shrugged as I went past, you know, saying hard luck, and he said, "Oh, my friends were watching." I've had so many comments. My friends were watching. And he said I was nervous too. That first set I was so nervous. I've never been on a live television before, so you forget that those sorts of things can affect players.
Oh, he played well. He was unlucky in the end not to force a second set.
Well, I said one of the nice things about it, Thomas, was that you looked to be enjoying it. Both you and Jason were enjoying yourselves. And he said, "Oh, absolutely. I don't play bowls to not enjoy myself." Whee. Yeah, we're hunting the shot bowl.
Oh, that's a fascinating decision.
Yeah, it's almost like a frustrating one. I can't get anywhere close. I'm going to
go for the bowl.
Yeah.
On the forehand, Gloria then for 2. Smooth left-handed delivery. Who's the best left-handed bowler, do you think, John, if you had to pick one?
You've got me there because I don't take a hell of a lot of notice of right and left-handers.
Ali Forsyth would be the one that comes to mind for
he'd
me.
be in there, yeah. And
Lisa White?
Lisa White, I should
What
have
about
said
your
that.
club? That should have been the first thing you said straight away.
I was thinking males.
Okay.
Yeah. Lisa White, yeah. My phone will be going right now.
Makes a slight difference in bowls. The line they take is different.
It's a different watch, isn't it, too, when you see left-hand bowlers. And for us as commentators, we're constantly saying, you know, playing the forehand, playing the back. And you have to think sometimes.
Just for a second.
It's my forehand. And so we sometimes qualify it by saying the forehand to a right-hander.
Yeah, the forehand,
Yeah.
not their forehand.
Yeah.
Well, they do. It does make a slight difference if for those people interested in technical bowls chat. If you look at where Gloria's bowl is released, because she's a left-hander,
Yeah.
it will be to the left of where the Indian singles player's bowl is released. Hers is released more to the right because left and right-handed. So the bowl therefore takes a very slightly different track. So what that means is even though these two players are playing with the same bowls, they're likely to do slightly different things. So it's always dangerous to try and follow the line of left-handed bowler.
If you're one of the majority.
It's a nice bowl, really well played. Particularly as a first bowl because it's something you can work from there, John.
Yep.
Instead of if you miss your first and suddenly you're searching all around the place trying to find the right weight and the right green. It can be easy to scatter them.
Good track here.
That's exceptional.
Yes, you're right. 2 down. So changing to her backhand and pushing it out wide because the jack has moved half a metre across. Lovely green. That's going to finish in not a bad position there.
Yeah, it's a good bowl, really. 2 left to go. Got position at the back. And Gloria taking a slight risk here. She's opting to, and she's going to be a little bit wide. Oh dear. Oh, it's gone okay. She's had a couple of almost incredibly unlucky results. Oh, that didn't give the shot away, but just
look at the opportunity now here for Saikia.
Yeah.
To turn her own ball over onto the blue. If she doesn't dare draw it, I think she's a bit wide for that, though.
Oh, she got a bit carried away there. I think that weight is what you were suggesting, John. She's thinking, I can trail the jack back, but look at that as another catcher. I mean, the danger, the warning bells should be ringing here for the Hong Kong China representative. You've got 3 bowls at a level with the jack, nothing past. You could drop a 4 in the blink of an eye if you don't get a covering bowl.
Well, there's a bit of risk and reward here too, isn't there? If she plays onto her own and pushes that blue through, and she could end up with 4, but there is still that 1 bowl remaining. So she's staying on that hand that she's played well.
Absolutely imperative that she's past the head here. Has to be past the head. You want to discourage the aggressive shot.
Nice.
Handy. Yeah, that's a good bowl there. That means that there'll be more aggression rather than less, I think, John.
Yeah.
So you can't afford for the jack to move just a smidgen. You'd rather it move quite a lot here.
But then she doesn't... also, she doesn't want to...
Imagine canning your own bowl out.
That's exactly the danger, isn't it? But that world-class left-hander that we talked about, Lisa White, she would play that with confidence.
She
She'd
would.
haul the jack back. She'd get 3 out of it.
Yep. I think you've recovered that really well, John.
I have.
Rightio, what weight are we going to see from Saikia? She's on the back end. I don't think it's coming back.
Sort of an in-between shot, I think.
Hands on the hips.
Yeah. Teapot time for Nayan Moni Saikia of India.
Sailing past, and it's going to be 2-3 the score as we begin the 5th end of 7. Gloria looking to win this set and wrap up the game. Saikia, the Indian representative, hoping for the opposite. Been some brilliant bowls and some not so brilliant bowls. So we see the jack delivered. How far up? Oh, it's pretty close to a full length end. The 2 metre mark's just at the bottom of our screen. The other times we've seen the full length end, the first bowl's gone thundering into the ditch, John. Let's see what happens this time.
I just watched that spot there where the bowl's coming up to now. I thought, oh, ran over it. Oh, it's a bug of some sort, I think. I thought Steve Sargent would have spotted that, moved it and picked it up.
It's been murdered now.
Yes, a flattened insect of some sort. There we go. How you compare the 2 deliveries? They're nothing like each other.
Quite
are they?
different, yeah.
Yeah.
Both lovely, but
Yep.
quite different.
Yep.
That's a very good bowl. Yeah, well played. Have you ever been at a bowling club where a dog has got onto the green, John?
I've seen it on television. I think there was a loose dog.
That sounds like something that would have happened.
Yeah.
I've been on greens more often than I would have thought. Look at this. She's got the jack back. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful bowl. 3 or 4 times I've seen a bowl let loose on a bowling green. It's sort of they
dog.
bowl and a dog sort of escape, see all these things rolling around and want to have a play
That's
time.
right, yeah.
Pandemonium, absolute pandemonium.
And not quietly either.
No, I got there from you talking about the bug, but I'm not sure how. So we see this bowl.
Oh, gee, I thought that was going to be well, it is.
Whoa.
It's good enough.
Beautiful shot. The level certainly increasing. What's happening here on the forehand still?
Yep, they're quite enjoying it. It's swinging through there nicely. She put the jack there, so she carried the jack through, so just stay playing that same shot. But tight this time.
Just out of frame. No reason for Saikia to change anything here. She'll just be thinking, rinse and repeat. Whatever I did with the previous bowl, I need to do again. Came out very smoothly. Needs to let go about now. And if she's got the weight, it's an absolute stonker of a bowl. That's a good
working.
bowl.
It keeps working. Not quite a stonker, but good enough.
Quite
Yeah,
good. Quite
yeah.
good.
So holding 2.
And enough to force Gloria to come and have a look at this head. Interesting. So 2 down. The forehand looks like the natural option here, John.
Well, the big advantage for her there, isn't it? So play the forehand. You draw the shot. You sit or beat the shot itself, or you bring the jack back to you and get 3. Yeah, it looks to be, I wonder, because she has played the other hand all the time, but didn't quite nail it with her last effort.
It's a long walk back.
Yeah.
And a bowl to come too from Saikia.
She's going to stay there. Oh, no, she can't ever go.
Maybe.
Go the shot or the jack.
Oh, they were all gone. Oh dear. Swing and a miss. Oh, an opportunity
Well,
for
nothing
a
fancy, I don't
3.
think, from Saikia. Just what she did last time. Beat her last. Lamb shanks on the menu here at the club tomorrow for anyone who's thinking about coming down. You can this wonderful kitchen here that's being full blast all over the last 3 days.
I do like a good lamb shank.
Yeah, lamb shank and mash.
Just heard from Bill Fowley, who had a lot to do with the Commonwealth Games and Delhi, but it wasn't about that. It's about a dog, the World Champion of Champions singles in 2013 at Fendleton. Apparently, a dog caused havoc as it decided to chase
That might be what I'm
Lorna
thinking
Smith's
about.
bowl.
Oh, yes.
Wonder if we'll see the like of that again at this year's edition, 11 years later.
Yeah. Nice to hear from you, Bill. A lot of our international viewers will recognise the name, having been involved in those couple of recent World Championships there and in Christchurch.
Did a huge amount of work in India.
So a big advantage now with that 3. Say 6-2 advantage now to India over Hong Kong, China. And we're playing the 6th end, so time now for Gloria Ha to pick up the game. She's had a bit of luck go against her. You know, she was holding those at least 1, maybe 2, and then turned the jack over to go 1 down. She moved the jack, I think it was her, moved the jack in that last end, and the bowl just didn't quite stay with it. But Saikia certainly made the most of it, picking up a 3. We've had 3 threes in the match. The first one came from Gloria in the first end of the first set. And the second came midway through that set from Saikia. And now she's got the third of those triple points. Gee, that's pushing it out a fair way and asking it to do quite a bit to come back, but that weight was pretty good.
For the difference, it's interesting, isn't it? Because if Saikia can just score 1 shot on this end, she is guaranteeing a tie-break situation. Topping the section, remember, these 2 players have gone very well thus far at this World Champion of Champions singles. That's a nice bowl from Gloria. Yeah, really well played. Very steady bowler.
She gets quite a bit lower in delivery to her opponent, bending that front knee and getting right down. It looks so smooth out of the hand. Well, she's changed the line, coming inside her last, so it won't be a mile away.
If it sits down, this is perfect. Yeah, well played.
One down.
Quite a gutsy singles player. Would have been easy to throw in the towel after some of the early ends, John, where we saw a lot of very loose bowls from...
She was so frustrated. You could see it on her face. It did. It looked like that. It looked like, oh, this is not going to work for me. I'm going to wait till the next game. But no, she's
knuckled right
better
down.
competitor than that. Unlucky there. Gloria.
Interesting too when she was saying that she's doesn't really enjoy the game of singles. Prefers the team sports, but is trying her very best here.
Again, that similar line.
Can't be far away.
No, no. Oh, a nice bowl. That's in a good position. She walks down wide on the rink, way over by the camera. And now she'll be standing on the bank ready to watch her opponent. Similar line.
Very close. From Gloria. Needs it to hold just a smidgen more. Ooh. Maybe. Maybe, but maybe not. Not sure.
Yeah, this has been an interesting end. They're all getting within the zone. We're playing the second to last end of the second set. So it is one.
One blue indicated.
I think when we have a look at the head again, Gloria won't be too concerned about this. She's got bowls in really good positions to get up and close the gap dramatically.
Second
Depends
and
on this guy.
Yeah, second and
bowl.
third shot at least.
Yeah. Backhand, not happy.
Or maybe that's her happy look.
Could be.
Potentially. Look at this. How's the weight?
Oh,
How's the weight, John?
oh, no wonder she wasn't happy.
Oh, there you go. You missed it by a mile.
Yeah, short. Right, here we go. What happens if she sits the blue, the shot bowl? She goes 3 up.
Be back to 5-6 last end.
Yep.
Huge moments in this match.
So play down her backhand, being a left-hander. Sit the blue shot, that is a blue ball, which is the shot. She has second and third shots at the moment. Here we go. Big opportunity for Gloria Ha to get in with a real chance of taking the second set. She's going to go it rather than... Oh, gosh, that is not going to give her much at all.
This is the weight that's really hard to play on the New Zealand greens. You're better to just hit it. It's on the speed of green, it feels like it almost hooks across the head immediately with that weight, or sometimes it holds. You're almost better, John, just to wind up. Draw, drive. And it's going to be 1. So we have to play this final end of the set, but we are guaranteed now a tie break because the difference, of course, is 5 shots.
I think she just miscued everything there. That was a line was for a real drive. It was she was going down the centre line. It wasn't a real drive that she threw. It was fast enough, but it just didn't pick the line. And she might just wonder now about the choice of shot when she'd been quite close. Had a very good line with her backhand draw.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you, John, for what my opinion's worth. You're almost thinking, if she played that draw shot again, she could have rolled it out for 3.
Yeah,
And if you are going to hit things on these greens, you may as well hit them. We saw Tom in the previous match, when he wound up, had a high degree of success and was actually unlucky not to get his 3 out of 3. He had 2 out of 3 drives. Easier on an 18-second green. If you do want to pluck a bowl out, just wind up at it, or you can draw to the bowls. All in the past now, though, and both of these players, I doubt if they'll be thinking too hard about this end, John, because what matters is the 3 that follow. A delightful cool breeze.
Yeah, at last yesterday
Today?
it was stinking hot. We were commentating from a little office booth here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and yesterday it was very muggy,
Horrific.
stuffy. For Gloria here in particular, this is, it's an end where you don't want to be wasting any bowls. I know we've mentioned that a few times, that every bowl you put down gives you some information
Trying to learn
about
something.
what's happening
Yeah.
out there. Yeah.
On the back end.
She'd be more excited about this green than her previous 2.
That's a nice bowl. Both these players just thinking ahead to the next 3 ends, the tie break. And that's not super important, so I'll take this opportunity to thank everyone who's tuning in to watch this broadcast, this Bowls New Zealand broadcast on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. Certainly the reason we broadcast these events, John, is for people to watch them, so gratifying to have had a number of people tune in, and we've got more bowls coming over the next few days for you to enjoy as well. Looking forward to it. There's going to be some mighty matches to be played, and
Yeah, the further you get down the competition,
the intensity's going to go up and up and up.
yeah. There are some players who I've spoken to who've been quite happy that they're not on the broadcast schedule. But for the fans, their fans and supporters, wherever they're watching from, it's really nice to see.
It wasn't the broadcast schedule. I was peering over Colin Williams' shoulder when he was assisting with the draw and the creation of that. You've got 3 greens, about 50 people, and 1 broadcast rink.
Yes.
And all the permutations that go with trying to figure out who's playing whom and where was a mighty effort, and I'm very proud of the broadcast schedule that we have been able to put together. I think we've got a good mix of countries, a good mix of players, and some very interesting games, and then of course that finals day, hoping to broadcast 4 games on the finals day, John.
Yep.
And the coin toss now for the 3-end tie break. Tails. I'd call tails. Now, if you were to win this tie break, if you were to win the coin toss, John, would you send your opposition into bat, or would you go first?
Look, I quite like to grab the mat and just get going.
Try to work it out. When would you get the last bowl twice?
Yes, yeah.
If I sent you into bat,
Yep.
and I scored on the last bowl, and then you scored, then I'd get last bowl on the last end. So that makes
then
sense,
you get
doesn't
it
it?
twice,
Yeah, so
yeah.
I think it makes sense if you win the toss for a 3-end tie break to send your opposition into bat and hope to score on
And
your
hope
last
they
bowl.
don't throw the jack up really short and you hate it short.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, and at which point you look to the heavens and think, whose silly idea was this? The shortest jacks we've seen
Yeah,
so
I
far
know,
in this
yeah.
game.
And Saikea in the background having a drink and something to eat. And mentally thinking, right, that's short. What's been my green? I've overcooked most of my first bowls so far. And we see, there you go, that's an opener that Gloria won't be happy with. It's either green nor weight that she'd be impressed with. And the thinking with the next player on the mat is, oh gosh, it must be really short. She's gone 2 meters over, so I'm going to have to just push this. About the same.
Not to be. Can't discount.
Hardly need any follow through. Well, let's have a look at just nice caressing of the bowl as she lets it go. Better weight, or is it short? Well short. That's possibly the shot there, though. Our cameras can't reach that far.
No, it's far too far away. Steve. Use your lollipop, Steve. I think he pointed at the white bowl.
Yep. All right. So, are we assuming that Saikea gave the mat away, or not?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that should be the logic that will
Yep.
be applied. If you win the toss, you want last bowl,
Yep.
so that you get last bowl on the first end and the last end. If all other things remain equal, etc., etc.
It's almost like there's a force field around the jack.
It can feel that way
Yeah.
sometimes, particularly when you're under pressure, John. It does strange things.
She has just not been able to adapt her weight. All three bowls are at exactly the same spot.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference when it's a really short jack to play backhand or forehand?
No, not
Different,
really.
no.
Not really. I think in general the backhand is I'd say 90% of bowlers
Yeah.
prefer their backhand
Yeah.
if they have to, when you're under a bit of pressure. Look at that.
Oh, then
Oh, she's-
moved it away. So probably 2 shots to Gloria.
She may have been quite unlucky there, depending on how far back she's moved the jack. Anyway, it's a long walk down for Saikea from India.
Gosh, she could have moved it right back, couldn't she, to those 3 blue bowls.
Imagine that would have been an absolute calamity.
Yeah, I think she'd pack her bags and go home.
Just go, why? But still that opportunity on here for Saikea on the forehand. I think she could even keep the same weight she's been playing if she's only 1 down, but just tighten up the line a little bit, rest the bowl, move the jack back. This isn't far away. Needs to turn. Ooh. 4 bowls, exactly the same.
2.
Maybe. Looks a little bit like the Southern Cross.
Yeah.
If you turn your head to the right angle and cross
2
your
it is.
eyes.
2. Well, that's
2
the start
shots.
of the tiebreaker. And it's Gloria scoring a 2.
So the whole theory's fallen apart, John, because Sakia didn't score on that end with her last bowl. So now if she does score on the end, this end with her last bowl, she won't have last bowl on the last end.
No.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter if you go first or second.
It's all a matter of where that first bowl
How good your
lands,
bowl
isn't it?
actually
Hey,
is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's all well and good if you can put the bowls where you want them to go. And leading off on the forehand now, Gloria, Hong Kong, China representative. Handy line, just lacking a little bit of oomph there.
Pretty good. Yeah. Forcing Gloria Ha to change hands. Quite a nice green for her too. Just the weight's going to work against her.
Feels like we're going to a third end, John.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? Sakia getting the weight quite well coming this way.
Good line.
Yeah, I shouldn't have spoken.
Entirely your fault. It looks like from the player's end.
I think she might go this.
Maybe
Early
that's why
on.
she's asking these questions.
The two short bowls are a nuisance for her, no matter which hand she goes. So she backhands it.
That's a poor
See her
bowl.
on the mat there. She just, it's almost like she's got no idea and she can't work out what she can do to overcome this situation. It's three really forgettable bowls from Gloria Ha. One reasonable bowl there from her opponent.
And this bowl with nice weight, it's actually going to come into count for a third shot, which seems quite unbelievable
Yeah.
when you look at how far away they are. All the pressure in the world on Gloria. She's on her backhand, staring down the barrel of dropping. Oh, this is dangerous. You want to get off the mat before you play your bowl.
You mean changing your mind? Yep.
Yeah, dangerous straights here for the Hong Kong China representative, I am concerned. Such an important bowl. Needs it to stop. She needs it to stop. She's going to go through. And that's not good.
And one to come.
It's if you don't get off the mat when you change your hand, John, often, or more often than not, your bowl's not going to be effective. Careful. Oh, could have carted the jack back for like a one down there. May have hung in there for a couple. Let's see what the damage is as we enter this third end of this tie break.
Well, I think Gloria Ha will believe that she's quite lucky to maybe only go down one. I'm sure there'll be a measurement going on here. 2. And then she walks away.
2 it is.
And that's it, is it? 2.
Yep.
So we go to the third end at 2-all.
This match has had everything. Just a conversation there with the coach. What do you think's going on, John?
Well, he's not saying much. I think it's... what can he say? She's such an experienced player, even though she's young. It's just a little bit of that. Come on, it's 0-all. You just got to win this end. You can do it. You're going the direction that you've been playing better at. That's your end. You've got the last bowl.
I must say, we've done well with the broadcast games. I look around outside the commentary booth, John, and everyone's finished playing bowls. We've picked these games consistently that seem to have gone to tie breaks. Very exciting couple of days here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. You almost feel the pressure, can't you? You know, it's come down to this. We're the final end of a tie break. We're all square. Literally, if it was a traditional game of bowls, we're all square. No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, we're not.
No.
Don't mind me. That wasn't as
14,
exciting.
14-11. Yes.
Was nowhere near as interesting as I was hoping it was going to be. It's because a 2 looks like a 5, but the other way around.
Of the 2 of the players, Psyche should be feeling more comfortable. You sense that Gloria, I mean, just sinking a wee bit in the mire after that, particularly that awful last end. And yet coming this way, she's shown, playing that backhand for the left-hander, that she's been able to get in the zone. So she just needs to reset, put one close, and then put the pressure back on her opponent. So that gives you some confidence. I'm not far away. Both of them are saying that. And taking their time on the mat. This is the most time we've seen Psyche, I think, on the mat. Just getting herself into that calm situation. There's my mark. I want to go over that. Remember the weight. You're on a fast green. Put it in about, oh, there we are. That's nice.
Exceptional.
Yeah, just concentrating and slowing down.
We talk about experience and a bit of class. You know, that's it. You don't have to play well. It's very challenging to play well all the time, but if you can play good bowls at the right time, that is often enough. And are we going to see aggression here from Gloria? No. Just the way she was winding up, I thought that might be a bit quicker out of her hand.
And she is such a good player that she would have seen that under normal circumstances she would look at the jack, draw the shot, sit that blue bowl. And she's played lovely weight here, so that's a good second shot. So she has got opportunities.
Yeah, we see the blue bowl's quite isolated now. I think we may see a bowl to the 2 metre mark and cover here.
And of course, for Psyche, she doesn't want to tip her own bowl out.
Needs it to keep going. You wouldn't want to make the target any bigger. Was aiming for the 2 metre mark. Hasn't quite made it. That's okay. I'll be fascinated to see what weight Gloria opts to play this with, John.
I don't think she's got any confidence to let it rip. She's playing narrow and looking for it though, just overweight slightly. Jack back to her would be great. That was a nice weight, I like that.
Oh, it's
The Indian, yes, she's looking at the 2 metre mark, and she could look at sort of out to the right as we view it if that jack does go back a bit. And she well knows that Gloria Ha is quite capable of turning that shot bowl out.
She is there, Gloria. One bowl to come.
So we're into tactics now, defensive situation. I'm holding the shot. What is she going to do? Will she play another shot like she did before? Where do I need to cover?
Decisions, decisions here.
Talking to herself, taking that time on the mat again. She's got the advantage.
Looking to go deep in the end.
Yep.
Which leaves Gloria one option, which is to play on the forehand through the shot bowl, the shot blue bowl. The question is, how hard do you hit it? On the positive side, we know we have quite wide rinks, John, so even if Gloria misses wide, there's actually a chance the jack could go directly to the right and may stay in bounds for an unusual one shot over there. Ideally, you're looking square through the shot bowl. All down to this.
Yep. Got to take confidence from her previous shot. I think she had everything pretty much right, apart from slight line adjustment required here. Looking for the shot. Take that blue bowl out and sit. Here she goes. She's gone slightly wider. It's a better line, is it? Is it going to turn for her? It's not going to turn for her. Or she might get a break out of it. No, she doesn't. And so the blue bowl stays there. And it is all that Saika, Nayan Moni Saikia needs. And she takes this tiebreaker. And therefore this match against Gloria Ha of Hong Kong, China. So victory to Gloria Ha in our third televised game of the day. This is day 2 of the championships here, the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles. We've got some highlights for you now from this game, and don't forget, we're back at the same time tomorrow.